Alright, hello gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk, and today is Guild Wars Thursday. That's right, we are back in Tyria because there's a drops event happening right now, so the viewership is grand. If you are on the YouTube side, know that on the Twitch side, they are doing Guild Wars 2 drops right now. There is a dye pack, a bouquet of roses, and a tuxedo outfit. It's all cosmetic stuff, nothing practical, so now you know what to do with that information. So we are going to be hanging out over here and enjoying some Tyrian adventures for the evening. Alright. Haven't done my dailies yet, I got 1 hour left to do them, so I'm going to knock those out now. 8 hours? No, I think it's 5 hours to get everything, Ogre. Surprise Guild Wars 2 stream? Yeah, they surprised me. They did drops. They should warn me ahead of time. Don't they know my whole work schedule revolves around them? Very silly of them to not give me a heads up. Boop, boop. For the Warframe enjoyers, I logged into Warframe today because yesterday we started a 12-hour craft to get the pieces to put together 2 frames. I logged in today, like an hour ago, and got those pieces and went to put the frames together, and apparently the 3D printer in my ship charges 25,000 credits to put a frame together. I didn't realize that. So I have all the pieces to make 2 separate frames, and I can't combine them because I don't have enough money. So I have to farm money at some point. Drops not showing for me. Chat, do the rest of you see the drops? So I know if it's a muck problem or an ogre problem. Have you considered not being poor? I've considered it, yes. I see mine. Okay, it's an ogre problem. It's all ogre now. Greetings, Mugga Chat. Got my drops already, so here for Guild Wars 2. Okay. Erasmus said Asura look like they should be sticky. Sticky? I've always thought their grayish skin reminded me of like a dolphin. I don't know that a dolphin is sticky, but that's what I've always imagined when I look at that. Evening all. Hello, Trimega. Savage, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Oh my god, let me harvest. Stupid bug. Every day with this bug. Muck smells like poor. YouTube chat stinks too. Evelyn, you might want to get your sinuses checked out. If everything smells bad. Might be a you thing. I heard someone call them a shark rat. Oh yeah. I've heard that insult on and off for over a decade. Why did I not get anything from those? Dude, what is up with these nodes? Buggy. I've almost gotten a funerary incense for Ippos. Oh, nice! That's my favorite legendary in terms of how it looks. After that, I will need a Bloodstone Shard and Mystic Clovers. Okay.
I would go to Tish to get the drops, but
Tish?
my account has been locked for 3 years. I don't care to get it fixed or make a new account.
There you go. I mean, I get it. If you don't care to get it fixed, then you don't have to go to Tish. Alright, next one. Hello, Mr. Streamer. When does the announced expansion sale of Janther Wilds and Visions of Eternity start? No clue. I haven't been told about that. I do not know of that sale. I know the drops are going until Sunday night. Might as well get those sweet drops. I mean, it's free stuff. Can't go wrong. Are you streaming Guild Wars tomorrow? Probably. I think I need to find a new morning stream game. I'm really enjoying the last spell. However, like the first day I played the last spell, we had like 200 or 300 people watching, and this morning we had like 100. So that tells me that the viewers don't like it as much as I do. So I might continue playing that off stream, and then we'll just do Guild Wars 2 tomorrow morning because of the drops, and then I'll need to find a new morning stream game. Muck, why only 200 viewers? Because I just went live, that's why. Standard for a streamer is it can take up to 3 hours to reach your usual audience. That's why doing like 2 3-hour streams is way worse than doing like 1 6-hour stream. Because the first 3 hours, the number keeps going up typically. Probably because of Guild Wars 2 drops, the low numbers this morning. My morning stream was before drops started. And it was like that yesterday too, so it's basically 2 days in a row. So I was like, okay, I think I need to put this game down.
Look, it's the
just play it on my own time.
How are you today?
Hi, Bertree. Yeah, it was like that yesterday and today. So I think that the game was very challenging, and I could go like another month playing it. But if the audience isn't there for it, I should do something else. That is how it works. Let's see, swap these out. In other words, Guild Wars 2 weekend? Probably, I'd say probably at least 3 days of Guild Wars 2 starting today. And after that, we'll see. Shugo did gift me a game that I was interested in trying called Beast of Reincarnation. And this is funny, look, coming August 3rd, but here it says release date August 4th. So I don't know if this is going to be out when I do a morning stream on Monday morning. But from Wednesday morning onward, we could try this out. As I am interested in this. It's a mixture of a few different genres. And it's from Game Freak. They made the Pokemans. So we'll see how that goes. So we could try that out next week. It's the between now and next Wednesday that I need to figure out. Mike, how would I go about gifting you a game? I would say, like, DM me what you're interested in gifting me so I can tell you, because I would feel terrible if you gifted me something and I had zero interest in playing it. So I would say just check with me what it is, and if it's something that I'm like, yeah, I would try that, then we would need to be Steam friends, and then you just, like, gift it through Steam. Is the norm. Or you donate money and just say, spend it on this, and I'm like, okay. As long as there's enough, that's fine too. There's a new game called Raid Shadow Legends. That's not new. That's not new. What's the genre for that game you showed? It is Dogs, action RPG, adventure, single player, Souls-like, female pro tag, combat, action RPG, action adventure, 3D third person, fantasy, open world, story rich, post-apocalyptic, dark fantasy, swordplay, nature, difficult. Yes. For Chip's cat food, make sure he's taken care of. Oh my gosh, thank you. That is much appreciated. Chip eats more expensively than anyone else in the house. Because he gets that sensitive stomach cat food. And even on that, he occasionally gets sick, but we've done what we can in that department. I'm gonna need an acronym for that genre there, boss. Dark fantasy, Souls-like action adventure, I think covers most of it. We'll see how it goes. There's also a dinosaur Dark Souls game. Is that the one where they're holding swords in their mouths? I think I've seen clips of it, if I'm thinking of what you're thinking. Yup, and it's hilarious. Oh, okay. Boom, boom. My son and I played some Darktide today, for those of you who remember me talking about Havoc recently. And we've reached Havoc 20 together. And if you beat a Havoc level, you go up a tier in difficulty. But if you lose a level 3 times, you go down a tier. And we lost on Havoc 20 3 times. It got kicked down to Havoc 19. And then we won Havoc 19. And then we got back to Havoc 20. And then we lost Havoc 20 again. And then I was like, alright, I don't have enough time. I gotta start the stream. We can't do another attempt right now. But I've been enjoying the challenge. What drops? Is it just because today? It's something to do with... Hold on, I can show you a picture. Give me a second to set it up. Let's see, open a new tab. Okay. Okay, Homestead event. Guild Wars 2. Bouquet of roses, butler outfit, and dies. It's a cozy housewarming party. So it's something to do with Homestead Week. I'll keep that open in case somebody else asks later. Yeah, as far as, like, compared to some of their other drops campaign, it's pretty tame prizes, but free stuff is free stuff, you know? So it's there if you want it. My dad used to love playing Guild Wars 2 with me. Oh, man, I have a few memories of my dad actually playing games with me, and they're like so few and far between. And it's funny because, like, as an adult, my dad was like, hey, you remember when we would, like, take you on trips to, like, Six Flags or, like, Whitewater or stuff like that? He's like, what was your favorite one? And I answered him, and I was like, but you know what I enjoyed more? And he's like, what? And I was like, when you would play games with me. I was like, I remember one time he and I played Doom, and we beat almost all of Doom 1 on local area network in, like, one sitting. We were playing for, like, 6 or 8 hours. And yeah, I think we didn't end up finishing it, but I remember that more clearly than, like, you know, the times that he would, like, drag me out to go camping or something. Mukluk old? Nah. Older than yesterday. I played a lot of SWTOR with my dad. He always made me play Jedi and not do evil things. Ah! What? Ah! Flashbang. Why? Well, hold on. You guys stare at bacon for a minute. I'm gonna sign back in. Guild Wars 2 just blew up. The bacon of obscurity. If you didn't see my answer, you could probably play it on Monday night. I did see that, Shugo. Thank you. Yeah, Monday... Could be Guild Wars 2, or, I mean, we're still working on Grim Dawn. It could be Guild Wars 2, Grim Dawn, or, like, Warframe is a, you know, nice filler. But yeah, I'm thinking of starting the Beast of Reincarnation on Wednesday morning. That way, because, you know, Tuesday is Guild Wars, and then Wednesday we can start a new morning game. And I can just continue playing around with the last spell on my own time. It's really cool. The last expansion for the last spell was pretty interesting, and it got mixed reviews, and I kind of see why. Like, to put this into terms that people here that have never played it would understand, every other expansion of the last spell added new classes, new lands, new places to go, new weapons to use, new builds, things like that. This last expansion, it added none of that, but infinitely, like, scaling difficulty, basically. Like, imagine Guild Wars 2 had fractals, but only tier 1 fractals, and then a new expansion came out, and it added fractals, like, 2 through 100. That's kind of what they did with the new expansion. So it's really cool if you like to challenge yourself and see how far up you can go, but you're basically playing the same old maps, but the difficulty just keeps going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. So, it's fun for me, but I see why it got mixed reviews, because it's not what people expected from the other stuff. Now, I need a drink of water. Know if that game is any good, Pokemon people are going to freak out again. Freak out again? I think the Pokemon people are all playing Pal World right now, aren't they? But, I mean, yeah, this looks interesting. So, first of all, I like RPGs. I like action RPGs, and I like Souls-like games, and this is somewhere in between all of that. So, I don't know that this is going to be good, but I'm happy I get to try it out. You know, shout out to Shugo who gifted it to me, because I did say that I was interested in it. So, on maybe Wednesday morning. Dude, I just had, like, such a knee-jerk reaction there. This green puddle in Darktide, that's, like, Nurgle Blessing area. And I was like, don't run in that! Oh, wait, I don't know what this is. But, like, she stepped forward and I had, like, alarm bells go off in my head. Yeah, what was... I think, that was... The last Neo game was the last time I played, a Souls-like. And it was pretty cool. We finished that one. I played that one all the way through. Dude, that coat, though. Look at that. It's like a mixture of a kimono and, like, a army coat. That's very interesting. Huge sleeves. Also, that little green vial on her chest is eye-catching. Giant Shiba pet. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're going to try that out next week. I didn't know you liked Grim Dawn, Muck. A great game there. The new expansion really added a whole lot. Exclusive, back when I started streaming, excuse me, I've got the hiccups, I played a whole bunch of games, and the biggest game I ever played on my channel before I tried out streaming Guild Wars 2 was Grim Dawn. I streamed like 300 hours of Grim Dawn before trying out Guild Wars 2 on stream. Yeah, I played the hell out of it. Is that the trailer for Guild Wars 3? No. We were talking about another game that comes out next week called Beast of Reincarnation. Grim Dawn rocks. It's a good game. I really like it. If yeah, hold on. Just to sell it to people that have never played it, Grim Dawn is an action RPG. It's like Diablo or Path of Exile. But it's also like Guild Wars 1, where you choose 2 classes and you make your own character with 2 classes. And since there's 10 classes and you pick any 2, and that hybrid is your character. And you can just ignore one of the classes and go all in on the other, or you can go 50-50, 60-40, whatever. So there is so much character customization. Like, you and your friend could play the same 2 classes, but be playing completely differently because how you, like, allocate your talent points and stuff. But the game's been out, like, 10 plus years, and their last expansion came out, like, a week ago. And it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. But yeah, I was streaming that before I was streaming Guild Wars. I had, like, 2 whole viewers, chat. Let's see. Muck, there was information on Guild Wars 3. Oh, yeah? I know about the music thing. Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about the music video or something else? The music? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was kind of cool. I can pull that up. Let's see. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can... Okay, hold on. Here it is. Let me pause the game music right here. All right, so for anyone who missed it, they posted this today. This is the Guild Wars 3 main theme. Not much to say about it, but it's very upbeat, fantasy vibes. I remember I just leveled up 1 skill and dominated the enemies in Grim Dawn. Yeah, honestly, for the first chunk of the game, if you take your first few talent points and just pour them all into 1 power, that power will out-level you, and use that, and that can carry you for 10 or 20 levels. It's very effective in the early game. Needs more guitar. Needs more cowbell. I got a sickness, and the only cure is more cowbell! What's the link? Oh yeah, I can give the link. They posted 2 videos today. One was that one, and one was like behind the scenes thing. This one right here, behind the music with Kazuma Jinoichi. I apologize if I said that wrong. I did my best. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. No complaints from me. But that's on the main channel, and I put the links in the chat if you wanted to add that to your watch list, or what have. Do you think Guild Wars 3 will have Mesmer? I think it should. I think it should. And the reason for that is every fantasy game has a warrior. Every fantasy game has a guy with a bow and arrow. Every fantasy game has a guy that shoots fireballs out of his hands. Mesmer is Guild Wars. Now, I will say, I got my own beefs with Mesmer, but it's Guild Wars. Like, Mesmer is Guild Wars. So, like, I think it would be foolish of them to not have Mesmers. In some degree. Now, a separate conversation would be, what would it be like? Anyone here who's played both games can tell you that Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 Mesmers are completely different from one another. In Guild Wars 2, a Mesmer is closer to an illusionist. They make copies of themselves, and they make them explode and stuff. Guild Wars 1 Mesmer is like a crowd control expert. They're burning your mana, they're interrupting your spells. They play blue when they play Magic the Gathering. Okay? That's Guild Wars 1 Mesmer. It doesn't do the illusionist stuff. So, whatever route they go to take it, I don't know. But I think they should have it. Because, like, you know, I don't know if they're going to have rangers, but I'll bet they'll have a guy with a bow. You know, it might be a ranger, it might be a hunter, it might be archer. You know, they could call it many things, but I bet there's going to be a guy with a bow. And it's same with warriors, same with sneaky guy that stabs people. It could be spy, it could be rogue, it could be thief, it could be assassin, it could be scoundrel. It's going to be guy that broke out of prison and stabs people. Like, it's going to be there. But I don't know what they'll call it. But Mesmer, I expect to see. I expect to see that. Guild Wars 1 Mesmer was also a thief and would steal people's memories of how to cast their spells. Dude, that's messed up. Shelby says, hey, I'm new to the game. My first character just hit 80. I'm antsy to start getting hero points and an elite spec. Though it seems like it needs a lot more than the core trait lines. Any recommendations to ease the pain of farming them? Yeah, Shelby, I got you. Okay, so Shelby, after you get all your stuff trained, okay? Like all of the stuff that's here for whatever class you play, then you can put points in elite specs, all right? You'll have 4 options based on the expansions you own. Anytime you want to spend 1 point here, it will cost 10 points. But, whenever you go to a hero point in an expansion area, okay? So like, here's Verdant Brink, here's a hero point. This will give you 10 points, okay? So it seems like it's like going to be a huge grind. It's not. It's the same grind as it was for the first stuff. You just can't do it in the starter areas. Like the core game hero points give 1 hero point each. The expansion hero points give 10 points each. So it's not a bad grind, you just have to go into expansion lands. I hope that clears it up. Judging by the last post, it will be closer to classless and we can customize our skills with signets. I don't know. I didn't get that vibe from that post. I imagine we'd still pick a class, but... You know, okay, I played Final Fantasy XIV for 1 week before I got bored of it. But my understanding of FF14 is you can have a character, and then instead of build templates, you can have, like, job templates. So I can just be like, oh, hold on, I'll go cleric for this, and I can swap from warrior to cleric as long as I'm, like, in town or something. But you can do all your builds on one character. Maybe they'll do something like that. Like, I would imagine you can't just, like, take necro skills and warrior skills and cleric skills all at the same time. But maybe if the character can kind of swap builds or signets or whatever outside of combat, then it would be feasible. I didn't realize the value increase for hero points and expansions. Also, apologies, I got hit with an admin explanation. I'll check the VOD for the rest. Oh, you're quite welcome. Yeah, it sounds like you got it sounds like you got the gist of it, though. Isn't that what Guild Wars 1 does? No, because so got bored. If I'm on Guild Wars 1 and I'm on my ranger, and I want to play my monk, I have to log out to character select and log into the monk character, just like in Guild Wars 2. But in Final Fantasy XIV, I think when you're out of combat, you can just change jobs, and your person, like face, skin color, male, female, whatever, stays the same, but then their gear and class changes to the new class they swap to. So it's kind of like, you know, just imagine like we have build templates, they have class templates. I meant skill swapping. So Guild Wars 1, as long as you're in town, you can easily like change your skills out with other ones that you have. Just like how right now I can right click on this and change that skill. They can do that in town, but they have like 1,000 skills to choose from. So yeah, it's a bit different from what we were talking about. But then there's the signet system. So in Guild Wars 1, there's a skill called Capture Signet. Like, you know how we've got our signets, they've got a Capture Signet. And if they defeat an enemy that has a skill that they want, they can use the Capture Signet on the defeated enemy, and the Capture Signet disappears and becomes the skill that they just took. And then they have it forever. So that is something that we were reminded of when they talked about hunting down skills. They might do a Capture Signet system again. I farmed the crap out of elite skills of those Capture Signets. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I will say, Capture Signets, in a way, reminds me of our Mastery system. Because Capture Signets, you go do that one time, and then it's done. You never have to do it again unless you make a new character. Is Grim Dawn without any expansions worth it? Yes. In my opinion, yes. You will. So each expansion added new lands and also new classes, so more ways to play the game. So, but if you just want to buy the base game and try it and see if you like it before you buy more, yeah, I would still say it's worth it. I got hooked on Grim Dawn when it didn't have any expansion, so I'm an enjoyer of that game. Yeah, I think the base game had 6 classes, and you pick any combination of 2 for your character. And then with all the expansions, there's 10 classes, because they added 1 new class each time they did a release. I think Mesmer should be completely different, since Guild Wars 3 takes place way before Guild Wars 1 and 2. I'm sure it would be somewhat different, but one thing I think of is certain staple skills between Guild Wars 1 and 2 kept the same name. For those that don't know, but Guild Wars 1 has a ranger skill called Troll Unguent. It gives you regeneration for like 10 seconds. And in this game, Troll Unguent is a heal skill that gives you very rapid healing for 8 seconds. Nearly the same thing. So in Guild Wars 1, 1,000 years in the past, if they have a ranger, I would not put it past them to have Troll Unguent as one of the skills, you know? It's basically like a healing salve made from nature stuff. Why wouldn't they have had that 1,000 years ago? You know? Sure, why not? So, any skills that we have that could have been there 1,000 years ago might be there. You know? Now, we have some exceptions. Guardian, in the lore, only was created in the last few hundred years. That's out. Revenant was just made in Heart of Thorns. Ritlock was the first Revenant. That's out too. Engineer, if they have Engineer, it's going to be a more primitive one. So I don't think it's going to be doing like hollow forges and stuff like that. But they might be able to have certain contraptions, like pocket ballista, arm-mounted catapult. I don't know, but certain things are definitely out. But then certain ones, it's like, yeah, that could have existed then. Sure, why not? You know? Lissa is around in Guild Wars 3, Mesmer is her class. Right. It's just, but again, we're just talking about the interpretation of it. Because Mesmer in Guild Wars 1 was very different from Mesmer in Guild Wars 2. What if Ritlock wasn't the first Revenant and we see the first Rev in Guild Wars 3? Well, then they would have to come up with a reason for why the Revenants all died out and then came back. Because they're not in Guild Wars 1. I don't think we're going to see Revenants. What about Alchemist as a profession? Sure. I mean, I have seen quite a few games with Alchemist as a combat class. Typically, they have things like tonics, like, you know, buff type things. They have explosives, like throwing nitroglycerin, or they have doping. Like, any of y'all know Mundo from League of Legends? Like, basically, he uses a cooldown, and then he's just jacked, and, you know, muscles burst at the seams, and he's crazy strong for a while. You know? So alchemy, I've seen alchemy in all of those things. Dr. Jackal, Mr. Hyde. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the inspiration for Mundo. Do you mean Singed? No, I meant Mundo. He has, like, syringes in him. But Singed also uses, like, poison gas and stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, you could very, very easily make a fantasy alchemy class, and I've seen it done in multiple games. One of the hero units in Warcraft 3 is an alchemist. They'd have to explain what happened to Guild Wars 1 and 2. Yeah. Alchemist was good in Pathfinder. Oh, yeah, you're right. Pathfinder Kingmaker video game has Alchemist as one of the classes that you can play. And, yeah, it's got grenades, with different compounds, and basically doping, you know, different buffs that last like an hour or two that you can use once a day that, you know, make a certain stats vastly improved. Hey Monk, new fan, Guild Wars 2 player. I made this game my second job, as one does. I was wondering how to improve my time with the community, such as finding guilds or groups to play with. What's up, Pasha? Improve your time with the community. I mean, you could chat with people in game. You could join, if you prefer to use Discord, you could join some Discord communities. You're welcome to join ours if you wish to. We've got dedicated channels for questions or for Guild Wars 2. There is a Guild Wars 2 has their own Discord that they launched just a couple months ago. You could join that one if you wish to. Yeah, but basically just chatting with folks if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah. I think Monk, Dervish, and Ritualist all make a return to Guild Wars 3. Ritualist on the wiki, it states that it's one of the oldest professions. So I think there's a strong chance that could be there. Monk as well. Dervish originated in Alona, and Alona is not that close to Ore. So I don't know if we'll see Dervish just because of the part of the world we're going to be in. Like, I think it might exist, but very far away. My idea is that Guild Wars 3 won't have classes like 1 and 2. Instead, you make your class by which weapon you wield and sigils you equip on that weapon. Okay, so your idea is like a classless person. They pull out a bow, and then they take on the label of ranger. Or they pull out like a sword and shield, and then they take on the label of warrior, like that? I mean, that sounds similar to the Final Fantasy XIV method, but yeah, I mean, that could work. Yeah. That could absolutely work. It just depends at that point on implementation. Like Albion Online? Yes, Albion does that idea as well, yes. Sherlock, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Only downside is that would lock weapons to classes. That is true. That absolutely would be a downside. Like, if you wanted to play Ranger with a sword, or a Ranger with a greatsword, or Ranger with a Druid Staff, that would all be out if they are weapon locked. And you know what? I could deal with that as long as there's lots of customization somewhere else. Like, I love Buildcraft, right? This screen, this is my jam. I love this, okay? Guild Wars 3 doesn't have to have this, but give me something to tinker with, right? Either this, or the freaking Path of Exile skill tree that makes my wife throw up when she looks at it, or, you know, just a bunch of weapon options. I don't know, but give me something where I can tinker with and try different builds and things like that. That's my jam. I didn't like the FF system. I didn't get into FF14 either, but I could absolutely enjoy playing a game with similar systems if they were implemented differently. Like just because I didn't get hooked on FF14, that doesn't mean that every single thing about it is like I don't want anything to do with it. No, it's just like I didn't like the total package. I want a deeper build craft than Guild Wars 2 build editing. I wouldn't complain about that. But, I mean, honestly, the fear is kind of like, I just hope they don't get more shallow. Like, okay, any Elder Scrolls fans here? Like, Morrowind, Daggerfall, Oblivion, Skyrim? Like, any Elder Scrolls fan can tell you that Skyrim's not bad, but Skyrim is a watered-down Morrowind. Or, sorry, a watered-down Oblivion. And Oblivion's not bad, but it's a watered-down Morrowind. Like, from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim, they removed features each jump. And, you know, again, basically, they made the game dumber to reach a wider audience. And it freaking worked. They've sold Skyrim like 17 times at this point. But, again, I still enjoyed Skyrim, but, you know, Morrowind had a lot more. It's just, you know, ancient at this point. But yeah, so it's like, I just hope that doesn't happen, you know? I hope that Guild Wars 3 does not become, you know, Guild Wars 2 but watered down, you know, that kind of thing. So. Silt Strider noises, yeah. Chip is hungry. He's got food and water in the kitchen. You can mod Skyrim to water it up. I've never played a modded Skyrim. I've seen the memes where it's like, when you keep seeing your Steam friend load Skyrim and it crashing over and over and over, and it shows like The Rock doing the weird look. I know the memes, but I've only played, you know, normal Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind. Community added more and more mods. Just look at the amount of mods Skyrim on Nexus. Mixed classes like in Guild Wars 1 could be cool. Could be, yeah. Thing is, Guild Wars 1 didn't have talent trees or anything like that. Guild Wars 1 had a hotbar, and you simply had like 1,000 skills to choose from to put on that hotbar. Right? So you just had a lot of things to put there. Hold on. Let me, for the people who haven't played this, let me pull this up. Okay. Alright. For people who have not played Guild Wars 1, this is a list of the Ranger skills. You pick like 8 of those, and that's your build. Okay? And every class has a list like this. And you pick, there's like 7 or 8 of them, and that's your build. So, yeah, and you could have dual classing, right? If you were a ranger slash, I don't know, warrior, you could pick any skills from both of those. Muck, why is your music stuck on the combat track? It's not even World v. World right now. No, I was just playing it for background noise, honestly. Guild Wars 2 in-game music from certain zones is getting copyright claimed by evil people on YouTube. And they have been basically stealing small amounts of money from me and other Guild Wars creators for over a year now. So I've made a playlist of songs that are not affected by this shenanigans, and I just play them on a loop whenever I'm in the Guild Wars 2 directory so that I am dodging getting my pennies stolen until Guild Wars official can figure this out, because they have been trying to fix it and they have not yet been able to do so. So that's what's going on. My favorite is Ranger and Ellie do fire arrows with Rodgord Smart. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so Guild Wars 2, this screen has had many iterations over the years. But basically at this point, you know, you pick 3 specializations, and there's 5 you choose from for these 2, and then there's 9 you choose from for the 3rd one. And in those 3 specializations, you make 3 choices, for a total of 9 choices here. And then also you choose your skills up here. So skills on weapons are locked to the weapon, but there's so many choices on the other things that, like, I don't get bored of it. I still enjoy it. Warrior Monk and my favorite Necrit minion bomb. My first max level character in Guild Wars 1 was the Minion Master Necro. Just tons of little undead dudes, just throwing them at the enemy. In RPGs, I love playing assassin-type characters, but in Guild Wars 2, the Thief isn't doing it for me. Any idea for assassin-type classes? Okay, so if you want to sneak around and go into stealth and stuff like that, that's Thief. And I would say, have you tried Deadeye? Have you tried Daredevil? You know, have you tried the different versions of Thief? But if you just want, like, the assassin label, you know, Willbender teleports on top of someone and just blenders them in PvP. You know, it's very high damage in bursts. You know, there are other things that can fulfill the role of assassin, but if you want to be sneaky sneak, that's Thief. Paragon Necro with all my henchmen being pet classes as well. I moved with an army. I'd like a mix between a 1 and 2 skill trees thing. Yeah. And keep in mind, over the years, they have, you know, said certain things like, you know, alacrity was a mistake, quickness was a mistake, things like that. So I'd like to think that they learned from that, and we're going to get not that. So I'm very curious how the buff system is going to work. Are we going to have buffs like World of Warcraft, where you just buff before the fight, and then the buffs last for an hour, and you just rebuff when you wipe or after an hour? Or is it going to be buffs like Guild Wars 2, where you have to reapply them like every second, constantly, which forces everyone to stay together? I don't know. Or will it be like EverQuest, where some classes have buffs you do once an hour, and then other classes, like the Bard in EverQuest, is like the current boon system, but they're incredibly powerful, but they have to be constantly maintained. Muck, do you keep away from the burnout in Guild Wars 2? Wait. Hey, Muck, how do you keep away from burnout in Guild Wars 2? I've been taking a month or so break right as the new expansions have dropped, but... And then he hit enter. I mean, King Slinky, I take breaks. Like, I used to stream Guild Wars 7 days a week, and I did that for, like, 2 or 3 years. So literally Guild Wars every single day, 365 days a year for 2 or 3 years. And then I did get burned out. It took a while, but I did get burned out. So I started stepping back and doing variety content, and, you know, I still do Guild Wars once or twice a week, but not 7 days a week, so that didn't happen again. Whatever it is, we should not have to stack on top of each other. True. True. Muck, what's your take and projections on Warframe? I still feel like a complete noob in that game. There is so much I don't know. I don't think it's fair for me to review it in any way unless you're asking me about the new player experience. I feel like it's only fair if I think it's okay if I am like, this is my thoughts on the new player experience, but there's so much I don't know in that game still. I will say something that kind of annoyed me today in there. I'll show you a picture. I joined a mission to get a currency that I needed, credits, okay? There was this guy zooming ahead, and the rest of us couldn't keep up. At the end, I did 0 damage to any monsters. He did 92. This person did 2, this person did 6. They were able to get a couple of hits in. This guy did the entire mission in 2 minutes. And we were just running behind him trying to do something. And it was over. That was it. I mean, I got my rewards, but I feel like I didn't get to play the game. So, I mean, it felt really stupid. So, I mean, it's a very fast-paced game, but it's like almost so fast-paced that it can be a negative sometimes. You'll get that a lot. Yeah, and that sucks. But... yeah, it was, I don't know what classes they are. Like, I know what Volt looks like, but these people all have, like, crazy skins, so I don't know what these are. Like this person has, like, pink feathers on their head, and this guy's got, like, wings. I don't know what skins these are, so I don't know who they are. But, yeah, it's just, it was over so fast I didn't get to hit anything. And they said Mirage Simulator was bad. Any ideas how much MMO gonna be Guild Wars 3? How much MMO gonna be Guild Wars 3? What? Can you rephrase that question? I feel like it's been catching up to me mostly from achievement hunting since they're prolonged. Yeah, so King Slinky, just Guild Wars is a video game. People, especially League of Legends players, should always remember that the point of a game is to have fun. If you're not having fun, it's okay to take a break and do something else. Like, not for me, I have to. I make content for a living. I have to play it. I'm not allowed to have fun. But you're allowed to have fun. You can take a break if you need one, you know? Boot up a different game. It's fine. Like, there's no problem with that. He said the F word, I said the F word. Yeah. Yep. Much MMO. How close to being an MMO, how far from it like-ish? I don't know. The big question, like Guild Wars 1, you would see other players when you were in hubs, like cities. But when you were outside of cities, the whole world was an instance, and you would only have yourself and the people you were grouped with when you left the city. Guild Wars 2, fractals are like that, dungeons are like that, raids are like that, but the open world is a player hub. You will see all other players while you're in the open world. You don't get your own copy of the open world. So Guild Wars 3, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to have a hub and an instanced world, or everything is hub and only some things are instanced, like in 2. I don't know. What if Gabe heard you say such language? Much appreciated. Sure. I mean, really, the Guild Wars 3 hype is real, but there is so much we don't know about it. Like, we don't know the classes. We don't know the races other than 3 that were in a movie, and or 3 that were in the trailer, and we can guess that they're included. There's so much we don't know. Need gameplay? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need gameplay too, for sure. Beetle races? Were roller beetles around 1,000 years ago? I don't know. Guild Wars 2 team is tiny compared to WoW F14 team. It's true. But keep in mind, like, the Guild Wars team, although it's small, it has been successful. And, like, there have been so many MMOs that have tried to launch and failed, while Guild Wars has remained, you know? Yeah, if you compare it to FF14 or World of Warcraft, then you could be like, oh, it's not very successful. But if you compare it to the hundreds of MMOs in the graveyard, they're jealous. It's doing quite well compared to them. New World, mm-hmm. New World, Ashes of Creation. Those are the most recent ones. Rift. I think, isn't Rift still on? I think Rift is still on. I dabbled in Rift for a while. I did enjoy it for what it was, but... WildStar? WildStar got shut down. There might be private servers or something. Was Rift just too gimmicky? I don't know. Rift was one of those games that when it came out, everyone was like, this is going to be the WoW killer. And, I mean, it's still going. It's still on, so it's doing better than Ashes of Creation did, or New World, but... Ooh. Wait. Is that different people or just one Minion Master? It's a Minion Master and an Evoker. I figured I'd give it a try, but that evoker's too much. I just waited till all of them turned around until the last one, and then I killed the last one. Hehehe, boy. Unfortunately, they did flip that camp, so I can't get it back anytime soon. I'm not sure if I could have beat the Evoker. I wasn't sure what element he was. The electric rabbit evokers, those are glass cannons, so I win some, I lose some. But the road toad evokers are just like tanks. And they do not die. Do you look at enemy boons when fighting or just their animations? What do you think people need to focus on in PvP? If I'm about to fire a CC, I might glance up and see if the stability icon is there. Other than that, the main thing, it depends on the class. Let me give you an example. If a Harbinger's buff bar suddenly goes poof, I know he just used his elite skill that gives him every boon in the game for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, okay, he's buffed, I'm gonna focus on survival for the next few seconds. And that's it, that's what goes through my head. I see the Harbinger buff bar suddenly get massive, and I'm like, focus on living. And then once most of that wears off, then I go back on the attack again. Willbenders are similar. When Willbenders jump you, when they get there engaged, they have a ton of buffs. And I'll usually just focus on like dodging and stuff for the first few seconds and let some of them wear off. Have you ever seen a water DPS evoker? No. I believe that they often will heal for blobs. I've never run into one roaming. Not a single time. If they added multi-racing like you joked about, what combination would you play? They're not going to do that. They are not going to do that. Let's go back to the south end of the map. Night, Asia. Etten and Asura, it would be normal height with two heads.
Invisible dudes!
Dude, they added cursed Ettins to Total War recently, and dude, they are so interesting. So it has a skill called Split Personality because there's two heads, and basically when it's above half health, it has a certain set like stat template, and when it's below half health, the other head takes over and it has a different stat template. And it's actually been like a lot of fun playing using those units. Oh. 45 seconds. What's up, Vandal? I played some Rift near the beginning. So many of the classes were direct mechanical ripoffs of WoW. I mean, WoW was a direct mechanical ripoff of EverQuest, so, you know, it just keeps going around. It goes round and round and round. Yeah, what WoW did do is they took a game that didn't run great on a bunch of computers, made it shinier, and made it run on a potato. So it was shinier and much better optimized. But the ideas behind it, those were already there. It ran good before. Last couple of years was running like that. I haven't played WoW in some time, so I can't really say anything on that. This WoW expansion riddled with bugs and general QA issues in my experience. I saw a article or something the other day that was floating around Twitter, and it was like, you know, interview with so-and-so at Blizzard says that they, you know, she wishes that it had not been called Warcraft because they're trying to get away from that. And I was like, what? What do you mean? I don't know. I feel like I broke the addiction to WoW, like, in time when I see stuff like that. I'm not sure what's going on with it right now. Boogie is killing the Necro. Boogie will kill him. Believe, chat. Believe in Boogie. You can do it, Boogie. Don't let him drain your life. Yes. Boogie greater than downstate Necros. Midnight has been the best expansion since Legion, but WoW has never been so buggy as it was right now. Sad to hear that. They brought Chris Metzen back in 2016 to WoW, but it seemed like WoW was far too gone for him to staunch bleeding of subs. I mean, to be fair, WoW's one of the only games that still gets away with having a sub fee. FF14. I said one of the only. I didn't say only. What made you move on from WoW? When my kid was about to be born, I was at that time, that's when I was doing like the server first competitive raiding. And so I was raiding like 20 hours a week. Because what we'd essentially do is we would clear up to a boss we hadn't beaten on like hard mode yet or challenge mode. And we would then just bang our heads against that for like 10, 15 hours during the week. And then when we were almost out of time, anything we hadn't cleared yet, we would turn the difficulty back down before, you know, Tuesday reset, and then clear everything on lower difficulty for the loot, and then try again the next week. So I was doing like 20 hours of raiding each week. And so when my kid was about to be born, I was like, guys, I'm about to be a dad. I gotta stop. I briefly came back for BFA. That cinematic they had of Sylvanas screaming for the Horde got me like jumping out of my chair ready to fight. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna reinstall. And I played it until like I finished the content that was available at the launch. And then I was like, okay, I'm good. That scratched the itch. And I haven't played more WoW since then. Haven't played it since then. What class do you play in WoW? Depends on the time period we're talking about. Vanilla, I mean, I had a bunch of characters, but my main in Vanilla was a Shaman. I was a Enhancement Shaman for most of it. And in Burning Crusade, which is when Horde was given Paladins, we needed Paladins for our raiding guild, so I ended up being one of the people who rolled a Pally. Hang on. Not going to be able to take that. The Spellbreaker alone would take my undivided attention. The other people there is even more. So yeah, our guild needed Paladins for some of the content in Burning Crusade. So I ended up being one of the people who leveled one. I remember that whole expansion, I wanted to play my Warlock, but I kept getting dragged to stuff on my Pally because I played it better than our main tanks did. Then in Wrath, the Malagos fight came out, and it required Death Grip, which Death Knights were the only ones that had that, and so I ended up rolling a Death Knight, and then I think I've just played Death Knight from Wrath on. So many, many years of Death Knight after that. There's not much to capture on the map right now for a roamer. If that green is tanky... Very confident that a couple of them I could beat in a one-on-one. But 4 of them is just too many. Were you around for the WoW virus outbreak? Oh yeah, that was what was that? Zul'Gurub? That was Hakkar. That was the Burning Crusade expansion. Yeah, I remember when that happened. The Corrupted Blood? Yeah, that was from the Corrupted Blood thing came from Hakkar, which was the boss of Zul'Gurub. That was late vanilla? Oh, okay, my bad. Anyway, yeah, I was there. I was there. Was Zul'Aman Burning Crusade? I might be thinking of Zul'Aman when I said the Burning Crusade part. The Corrupted Blood thing was the thing that was studied? Yeah. So basically, hold on, I'll just super summarize this. There's a raid boss, right? The boss has a debuff. If the debuff gets on a person and other people get near that person, it spreads to them, right? Like a virus. And a hunter got the debuff on his pet and then dismissed his pet. And the way that WoW works is when you bring your pet back out, it has whatever effects were on it when you dismissed it, like raid buffs, but it also had the virus. So the hunter got it on his pet, dismissed the pet, went to like Ironforge, and then went to the auction house and then summoned the pet back out, and then poof, just virus started spreading like wildfire through Ironforge. And the thing is, you know, people be people. Some people thought it was funny. Some people would like yell outside, like, don't come into Ironforge, there's a virus. Other people were like, we don't believe you, and would walk in and die. Other people would think it was funny and spread it on purpose, while other people were yelling, trying to get people to listen to stop. And it became like a case study for how just humans react when there is an outbreak like that. And it ended up being like very, very accurate when the Rona happened. Oof, managed to mount and save him when he was about to die from the dots. But yeah, I remember that. That was a wild weekend. Will you try Shards of Order? It's like Slay the Spire, but without roguelike elements. Without Slay the Spire... What's left? The card game? I'm trying... That's like if you're like, will you try Guild Wars 2? It's like Guild Wars, but it's not an MMORPG. That reminds me of when my ex wanted to go to a baby shower during COVID. The mom got COVID. Oh my god. What was this? I remember so many skellies in town. Orgrimmar was a mess because of gold sellers. Oh yeah, hold on. Orgrimmar. Hang on. So, World of Warcraft for a while, they were combating against people buying and selling gold. And they added a whole bunch of words to the block list so that new accounts couldn't say those words or like yell stuff in map chat. So people started rolling alts, running into town and suiciding until their bodies spelled out ads. Yeah, this was a real thing. So there was often, there was a period of time where there were corpses in town that spelled out advertisements. The dedication, mm-hmm. Yeah, think, adapt, overcome. What's the best roaming class at a War of Your World? Depends on who you ask. I'm gonna say Amalgam. They terrify me. Gonna try to run down here. Finished my father's B-Day and Father's Day gift today. Cool. Any thoughts on Boon Healer, Troubadour, and World v World mode? As a solo roamer, I very rarely run into Troubadours. I don't have much to say about that. There's either 20 people or one Mesmer behind me, and I'm not sure which. It's 2 Mirages. I could waypoint out right now. I was actually about to do it. What? Oh, it untargeted him. Dang it. Guess we're just having fun in the water now. There's 17 stacks of bleeding for that guy. Oh, there's a Luminary here too. I love that shark lunge in the water. I really, really do. Oh, they finally broke off. The shark lunge in the water, like, it does up to like 19 stacks of bleeding depending on how far you moved before it connected. So if you can get people with it, like right at the very edge of the attack range, it hits for a lot of stacks of bleeding. Which is what I kept trying to do. It kind of feels like you're jousting. Druid mobility is pretty ridiculous. You know, you say that, but a good Amalgam, a good Willbender, any thief can all run me down, and I cannot catch any of them. So I would say Druid Mobility is probably better than the average class, but it is not even the top 5. Like, keep in mind there, I was running that whole time and 2 Mirages were keeping up with me. Like, I was juking them from time to time, but they were keeping up with me. Like, the reason I didn't die is because I just kept avoiding getting immobilized. I kept going in and out of invis to, you know, get their attacks to stop, stuff like that. Did none of them get entangled? That went on full cooldown. Ah, shoot. That was a tier 3 camp. I needed no interruption to be able to fight that. So I could... Dude, this guy again? Wow. Hey, if you're stream sniping, your utility wore off, just heads up. You missed. So what I did there is I went invisible for 2 seconds, and then I just did all my mobility skills in the opposite direction. So it's not that I'm faster than them all the time, it's just that I juked them and they went the wrong way. Why is Bone Skinner music playing? The music for World v World keeps getting copyright claimed by an evil person on YouTube. So I am playing different music from the game, just using a music player. Made me think it was Tuesday. It's Tours Day. It's Guild Wars Tours Day. I'm going to help this blue person kill this green mesmer that has been chasing me all over town. Get him, Boogie! Alright, Boogie is killing that guy. My goal here is not to capture this camp. My goal is to kill the 2 Mesmers. One's dead. Alright. I'm gonna dot both of you and we'll see who rallies, okay? And the Mesmer gets up, but he has a million conditions. Would you stop throwing Kool-Aid on me? Alright. The 2 Mesmers are dead. My first goal has been completed. Now we will see if my second goal is possible. Although this conduit hits really, really hard. Like, holy crap, she hits really hard. Nice. Another conduit. Point blank, poison shotgun. Nice! Oh my god. I'm so happy with how that played out. So I got the 2 Mirages, I got an Evoker, and I got 2 Conduits, and I got the camp. I'm very happy with that. One fun thing about Condi, when there was a downstate green and a downstate blue, I knew that whichever one of them got up first was going to, whichever one of them died first was going to rally the other one. So, but if you have conditions on you in downstate, you still have those Condis on you when you get up. So by just blasting both of them with as many Condis as possible, whichever one rallied immediately fell again. It's one niche situation where Condi is better than power. Or can be better than power. Also, one would devour her pet, which is kind of funny. Because it's not really known for being a good PvP pet. Dragon Hunter. Nope, couldn't reach. Forgot tonight was drops? Yep. There's a bouquet of roses, a die pack, and probably the main thing people are interested in, a tuxedo outfit, if you want to look sharp. And if you're not interested, well, now you know. It's free stuff, and you can pick it for yourself if you care to get it. Hold on, what is this? Necro? Line of sighted his fear by running around that thing in the middle. Oh. I tried to dodge that, but I mistimed it. But he feared me right onto the capture point, so. I could burn Astral to kill this a little faster, but I'm going to save it in case anybody else shows up. LOL Blue. Let's see, this message was from a while ago, but I was focused on the fight. Have you seen the game Pathogenic? No, doesn't ring a bell. I can write myself a note and try to Pathogenic. I can try to check it out later. Oh, you know what? I should have claimed that. Because then I could have picked up more supply. Oh well. Can you talk to enemies in World v World? No. However, if I click on this person, do you see how it says Domain of Torment Night? I don't actually know who that is. But if I try to do, like, report... is it report or block? I think that there was a trick that you could do with one of those to get their name to display, and honestly, I can't remember what it is at this exact moment. Sorry about that. Someone says it's blocking. Okay, so I guess you block them and then look at your block list and see what new name showed up. But like me, a lot of people recognize me just because I always have this look on. And sometimes, like, I'll kill someone and they'll just whisper me in-game and they'll call me trash or something. Like, they see Asura with wizard hat and they're just like, /DM Mukluk, I hate you. And I'm like, oh. So that happens from time to time, but no, you can't like type in map chat and the other team see it. I believe you can emote, like you can /bow or /dance, you can emote. But that's it. I need Muck to play some horror games. You know, I think I lost the horror audience. I don't think there's anybody left that wants to watch me play horror games. I think they all moved on. They saw me play Warframe and they left and they never came back. A berserker? Now, if that guard dies, it could rally him if it happens at the right moment. Now, a warrior is... Dude, so much reflex. Goodness gracious. And he blocked that. Oh. Bonjour. We have a problem. He got twins. That's a very short route, but it's enough for me to break away. So, Warrior is one of the hardest counters to Druid, if it's played well, and that guy was pretty solid. Warrior, Druid is all about get the target in an immobilize, and then do a very long cast time where I can't move while casting it, and hit them while they're in the immobilize, and they can't move out of it. Warriors have a trait that is like, anytime I use a movement skill, I break immobilize. It's literally a hard counter. So any warrior worth their salt is going to give me a hard time, and that one was worth it. He was good. Like, I even caught him while a guard was being annoying to him, and I wasn't able to lock him down. Muck would kill me in a heartbeat. I mean, I'm not the best player in the game. I'm not going to pretend for a second I am, but I'm solid. Like, I've played the game for a long time, and I'm kind of a one-trick. You know, I dabble in other classes, but I've got, like, thousands of hours in this one, so I can play this one pretty solidly. I think by current game stats, I'm probably, like, a Gold 3 player, maybe low Platinum. Maybe. On a good day. We're going to use this corner here to round them all up. Ooh. I had to use a stun break there, because the Char guard will stun you, but it's usually not a big deal. But while all of that was hitting me, I was like, if I don't use a stun break here, I'm going to take a lot of damage. So I opted to burn a stun break there, even though it was an NPC. How can he look like a panda? Two things. One, there is a helmet in the game that looks like a bear head. And two, he just dyed it in ways to make it look like a panda, and then he made the rest of his armor like white and black. Oh my god, dude, I couldn't move. She locked me down really bad there for a moment. So, Daredevil. A good Daredevil will either win or get away. They have so much more mobility than everybody else. If they have so many chances to run away from a fight. What I tried to do there was root her while she was still in the water, so she couldn't use her land skills, but she got out of it, so I wasn't able to do that. And then when she got on land and she went into stealth, she had a choice. She was like, I could just get away, or I could try to fight this guy. She chose to fight, and I ended up winning. But there was a moment there where she had me completely locked down with the scepter stuff. Is Condi Daredevil a thing? I felt like that one was Condi, because she hit me with a scepter, and I had a bunch of Condis, and I had to cleanse them because they hurt. So she was probably either Condi or a hybrid, but she certainly didn't feel like a power build. Muck, what class do you hate the most when fighting? Okay, hate the most is not the same as the most overpowered. Most overpowered, my current answer is Amalgam. I think Amalgam is busted. Discuss, I don't know if y'all agree or disagree, but that's just my vibe. Hate the most fighting for me as a ranger is support Tempest. They can, like, they do the aura, magnetic aura that reflects all my shots. Then they can do the focus skill, which deletes all my shots. Then they can do the frost aura, which makes all my shots chill me. Then they can do magnetic aura again, and I shoot myself. Like, 80% of the time fighting a good Tempest, I can't fire my weapon. It feels like I cannot play the game. So, my answer for hate fighting the most is Tempest, but there are plenty of things that I feel helpless and I can't win against. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. That was so unfortunate. I could cleanse that, but I'm just gonna wait. What if you change weapons? So that's the kicker. Okay. So let's say you're like, all right, I accept that the Tempest shuts down all projectiles. Longbow is out, shortbow is out, spear is out, and throwing axe is out. The only ranged weapon left is staff, which very low damage scaling. Staff is a healing tool for the druid, or melee weapons. So melee build would probably be the closest thing to a good option. But I will say I don't enjoy playing melee in World v. World because I'm bad at it. I'm no good at that. Like, I just can't do that. But yeah, projectile, anything that's anti-projectile shuts down shortbow, longbow, throwing spear, and throwing axe for the ranger. Oh wow, I just rendered all those other people. I didn't see them. Dodge the fear. She could hit me. I don't know what that was. Boogie, get him! Dude, what? Yo, single file, please. I'm actually going to zip away because there's a lot of his friends coming over the hill. Wait, he's a... I got baited. I saw all the triangles. It wasn't friends, it was freaking minions. I thought he had backup en route, and it was just the bone zone. Okay, I'm stunned for ages right now. Dude, for a second, I was like, what team am I on? And I glanced up, and I was like, I can glide here. It was 1 second before I leaped off the cliff that I was like, okay, this is mine. I couldn't remember what team I was on. Do any of y'all have those moments? Where you're like, wait, am I red? Am I blue? Might just be me being stupid. Part of the problem is, like, I server swap between NA and EU so much, and my, my team changes based on which region I'm in. Okay, he's going to drop. They're going to res that guy. There we go. Me and the panda. Oh man, I'm getting lag. The blob comes closer. What region are you in? I'm on NA currently. Whenever I play and stream around this time, I play on NA because it's like prime time for NA right now. Right now it's almost 9 p.m. Eastern time in the United States, and it's like 6 p.m. West Coast. But for EU, it's like freaking Sunday or something. I don't need to cleanse that. I'll just save it. Got hit with a fear, but I wasn't in danger. Muck as many things. International, he has not. No. Whenever I stream in what is for me the morning streams, and I'm playing on Guild Wars 2, I'm usually on the EU servers, because for them it's like evening, but for NA it's like people are at work and at school. But when I stream at this time, EU is often going to sleep, but NA it's like they just got off work and they're gaming. Oh. Oh my. Oh my god! Okay. Huh. The red fort has more blues and greens than reds. No wonder I'm getting lag. So many people here. Alright, chat. I am gonna swap to a very, very glassy build called the Arrow Cart. Goblin laugh. My throat hurts too much. I can't do that right now. But yes, I'm internalizing goblin laughter. Now, I'll be the first to admit that this alone is not going to stop them, but it's pressure. And if anybody else is also pressuring them, it can lead to kills. Because it is more damage that they are having to deal with. But yes, this is not. I'm not going to 1v30 with this, but I can safely keep messing with them. Until they find you. True. I have never been glassier than I am right now. I would be extremely easy to kill if I get caught right now. This build is all in on damage and range. Do arrow carts do decent damage against a group of players? Mm-hmm. I've joined groups before where I was just running around with them and I was just doing this constantly. And they were, one of them told me, he's like, dude, I hate to admit this, but you're doing more damage than everybody else here. The thing is it's long range, so I can just keep doing it, and it's consistent. I'm just constantly pelting them with damage, where many other classes, you know, they'll like go in, they can do a few hits, and if they live, then they come back out, they recharge over and over and over. But I could just keep doing this. Look at all the stuff hitting me from, like, I'm hitting auras and things right now. I think I'm hitting, like, chaos auras and all kinds of things. I can do this all day. I brought enough arrows. Now, I could do a little bit more damage if I went... Oh, I just got like 3 kills. If I went over to the edge and I started like shooting down at them with like auto shots in between the barrages, that'd be a little bit more damage. But the risk would skyrocket. Because, oh, there's blue meeting green. Okay. Chat, this is where it gets really fun. Because anyone that dies in that exchange that I tapped with a single arrow, I will also get credit for. Which means the loot bags will floweth. Blue is my guild. I will write on my arrows from Mukluk with love, just for you. You guys ever seen those pictures of, like, military guys and they write funny messages on, the, like, the rockets and the missiles and stuff? Like, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. That's me with the arrows right now. Is this enough damage to matter, or can it get healed through? If this was the only damage that... Dude, I'm 1v... If it's me versus a blob, yes, a group of 30 people can heal through the one guy shooting them with a bow constantly. But what if it's not one guy? What if it's me, plus this guy, plus that arrow card over there, right? I will say that this puts out a very good amount of pressure for one dude versus 30. Will it kill anyone all by itself? No, there's like 5 healers in there. There's no way it'll kill but the thing is, it's more damage they have to heal through. Like, each volley, if someone just stay... Like, look at the numbers. They often tick up to, like, 10k. So I'm doing, like, 50k damage. Because it hits 5 targets. I'm doing about 50k damage every time I fire. Whether or not they can heal through it depends on them. Also, it cripples. So I'm snagging their ankles too. So yeah, I mean, just like any other form of damage, it's just damage, but it adds up. And because there's other people here, it can lead to kills. Which is why I'm getting loot right now. Got lowered up, noise. Ah, they just moved back. That one's gonna whiff. Okay, they're coming toward me now, so we got a boogie. Did you see Muck single-handedly drive those 2 blobs out of the fort? Wild stuff. They couldn't take the barrage. They're gonna go home and be crying as they pull arrows out of their buttocks for the remainder of the evening. Think you got one in the name? That was fun. Got a lot of loot bags from that too. Alright. I'm actually reminded of, hang on. Let me see if I can find it. There was someone that saw me playing this build once, and they sent me a fan art. Here it is. I found it. Is that not precious? He looks so happy. That smile. That damn smile. That's right. Just dead bodies everywhere. Let's see. Alright, let's swap back. Oh, I'm still in combat. Get off my fort! Reaper, corner pocket. Trying to hit me while I'm swapping builds. Get out of my house. Alright, now I'm back to the Condi build. If he had waited 1 more second to hit me, I wouldn't have been able to knock him off. But he didn't. That shark tooth grin, yeah. That is, I think, the only build that I ever came up with in my entire history doing stuff for this game, where it was like a Mukluk original, and it kind of stuck. And like some people still like play it from time to time to this day. Like but it all stemmed from I was like, I like barrage. How do I do as much barrage as possible? I want more barrage per barrage. How do I do that? And then the whole rest of the build is just science that makes you do more barrage. Hey Muck, I know FF14 isn't your thing, but as a longtime MMO vet and a pet class enjoyer, I was wondering if you've seen anything on the new Beastmaster pet for the Evercold expansion. I have not. No, I don't know anything about that. I do remember when they had the, what is it called? Carbuncle? When I played FF14, there was a class with the Carbuncle. The one that I jokingly called a Carbon Pumpernickel. But, and that did not scratch the pet build itch. That was a whole different thing. Like, when I tried FF14, the pet class, the summoner, it was like, how can I explain this? Okay, instead of you spraying fire from your hands, you summoned a dragon head that would spray fire. It almost felt like I just had different skins for my abilities. Like, oh, you summoned a dragon and it cast fireball instead of you casting fireball. Okay, but it's just like a skin. That's how it felt. I don't know anything about the Beastmaster, no. Didn't they nerf it, Muck? The arrow cart? Not really. Now you can, okay, the barrage is a little weaker, but you can hold 2 charges of it. So if anything, the build feels like it's more forgiving of mistakes now. Because now if you screw, like in the old build, if you screwed up, then you would have to wait like 10 to 15 seconds to start firing again. But the new one, you have an extra charge in case you screw up. So if anything, it feels like more idiot-proof now than it used to. Damage might have gone down a touch, but still works for what its role is. Enough damage to injure people at very extreme range. It's still very good at that one thing. The problem that Summoner had in FF14 is raid bosses were killing the pets. WoW had that problem too for a while, and what they did is they added 2 mechanics to the game. This was around the Zulamon era, because I remember doing a bear run in Zulaman when they made this change, and I was like, oh god, this is so good. And what they did, chat, is one, pet AI. If a pet was attacking a person, and the person was not aggroed on the pet. Oh, hello. Wow. Like I said, I think Amalgam is the most busted thing. I went invisible there, but it didn't matter. Thank you, random person. Okay, what was I saying? All right, so if your pet was attacking a target and the target was not hitting your pet, the pet AI would go around behind it and hit the target in the back, which means it wasn't standing in cleave anymore. So that was the first thing. The second thing that they did on the same update is they added a stat called avoidance. And what avoidance did was if your pet got hit by an AoE and it wasn't the main target of the AoE, the pet would avoid 90% of the damage. So, like, if a Willbender jumped on me and did, like, a blender move, it wouldn't instantly kill my pet because the pet wasn't the target. So, those two changes made pet classes so much, like, better quality of life than they were before that time. Now, I don't know if they've done any more for pet AI since then, but... This, okay. The Evoker's down. They got the res. Wait, no, he's misformed. That's not a res. So many clones! Oh, this is one of those mirages that chased me all over the zip code earlier. I take great pleasure in immobilizing you, sir. Oh, the Amalgam that killed me earlier is on me. I guess it didn't kill me, but let's be honest, I would have been dead there if the other people hadn't revived me. About Guild Wars 3 music. I know, we listened to it earlier. It's pretty neat. Pretty cool. Muck, we be doing Guild Wars 2 the next few days. Probably today, tomorrow, maybe Saturday. But, yeah, like I told you about what happened with the last Spellbird, so I'll probably do Guild Wars 2 in the morning. Is this the... Oh no, it's somebody else. I misclicked. I wasted one of my stun breaks there. That was not intentional. You have 13 stacks of bleeding, sir. Okay. I was like, do you want to cleanse that or just keep spinning like a Beyblade? He's like, I want to spin! This is many dudes. This is the same one as the last two times. Wow. Alright. That opening burst is terrifying. She's got that down. But if this is an example of how she does in a sustained fight, she's kind of like a bottle rocket. She's really scary for 10 seconds, and then not so much. 'Cause I would say most amalgams that hit me that hard, I can't beat them, ever. Like, I can't even get through their barrier generation, usually. It's the Mesmer guy. Oh, it is with great pleasure that I break your kneecap, sir. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I went into stealth there. Shoot, most of my cooldowns are on cooldown. I might be dead here, chat. I'll try my best, but I might be dead here.
Does anyone know if Pinky and the Brain are still trying to take over the world? Because at this point I'm willing to hear them out.
It's Pinky and the Brain, 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 Brain. Your 10 seconds are up, dude. The bottle rocket's dying. Hold on. Slash masterpiece. Mwah! Delicious. Bro's about to hunt you down. Dude. What do you think he was doing? That was the result of him hunting me down. Have you been watching the last 45 seconds? Whoa, 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 that's a barrage. Where's the ranger? Where's the ranger? Where? That's not the ranger. Hyenas? Easy. Oh, the freaking amalgam's back. This guy's troll. Oh, that's a magnet. No, muck you. Go away. No, no. I said no. Oh my god. All right. Why are you running? This was your idea. Hey, the panda's back. Thank you, panda. You. You wait your turn. Ah, misclick. I was trying to go around the corner and I clicked on the rooftop. Ritualist. This has been an exciting session. Oh my gosh, a Ratmancer! It's a Ratmancer! They're so rare, I hardly ever see them in here. Oh, she gone. Can't catch her. That fight was a lot of fun, chat. That was a lot of fun. Dude, that was like watching a car crash. That guy just blitzed in here, did a bunch of damage, and slammed into the wall and stunned. And then he ran away. I was like, what? I need to back up and recover for a second. I got way too much stuff on cooldown at the moment. Core Thief. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Oh, dang. There we go. The, Scrapper turned around. I think that's my first death tonight in like 2.5 hours. It's not bad. The Scrapper did Elixir Gun spray on me. And I didn't register it because it was like so quiet for a couple seconds. And then I had so many condies on me. I was like, oh, I need to cleanse these now. And I was starting to work on cleansing them. And then I got Willbender bursted. GG. I honestly think that was my first death in like 2 hours. Feels good. Let's see. Let me catch up on stuff. I've been like so focused on that for a while. Let's see. Send the spiders after them. The spiders. That Scrappy was out of control. The Scrapper was good. He was running around and refusing to get locked down while a bunch of people were on him. And then suddenly just like U-turned and blasted me with like 30 conditions. And I was trying to deal with that when the Willbender got me. Nice shirt. Thank you. It's on my merch store. Exclamation merch. That's gonna kill the mount. It's too many condies. It's kind of sus that there's all these people on him, and he's only focused on me, and he was waiting for me outside of spawn. If he is watching the stream, he's got a food buff, but his utility ran out. He's got a lot of damage, though. Evening all. What's up, Irath? Is that a real hat? I believe this was originally part of a Gandalf costume. And a member of our community sent it to me. In the mail. I think it's cool you match. Yeah, the wizard hat in-game came first. And then people sent me wizard hats IRL second. I was going to pull everything over here. It kind of went screwy because other people showed up. It wasn't necessary to group them all up if other people were going to be helping out, but when I'm alone, it's easier to pull them around a corner and just group them all up. Oh my god. Oh, that one thief is here. Oh, and yes, that's a couple of people that are dangerous. I am glad I have ample condition cleanse, because otherwise I would very much struggle with this thief that's constantly hitting me, because, like, I don't know his build. He's doing axes and something else, but it's like, boom, there, see? There's 30 conditions again. It's hella Condi. But it's like, so much Condi, it's almost burst Condi. Which is something you often just see from, like, firebrands. Okay, they got him. I had my pet on him the whole time. So every time he came out of stealth, the pet would take a few pot shots at him. But it was still just... It was still a lot. Alright. Alright, that's all my burst on that Reaper. He's down. What is going on? There is someone all up in my grill. There it is again. There's a lot of greens here. I might be dead. We'll see. All right. I need to dismount and get myself set back up. There we go. All right, now I'm ready to fight again. Oh, I was going to turn around and try to fight that Mirage, but then I saw a bunch of other people come out of the tunnel. I was like, oh, no, that's not going to be a 1v1. Seen a lot of Mirages lately. It seems to be a very, very popular choice for World v World recently. Or maybe it always was and just I wasn't in here to see it. Yeah, 1 Mirage, 2 Mirage. There was that Asura Mirage at the last fight, so that's like 3 in the last 5 minutes. Unfortunately, only so many times I could burst people dead and they keep flooding in. I was throwing in damage. I don't know that I was bursting people dead, but yeah, I helped drop a few, but that was a lot of people. I'm not sure which of my teammates you were, Paper Warrior, but I get the gist. Oh, it's that scrapper that, Dude, look at him! Regen, Vigor, Resolution, Fury, Swiftness, 25 Might, Prot, Resistance, Stability. Like, what? I feel like if you get every boon in the game for, more than 10 seconds, like, it should just ban you. Like, at that point, it's a bannable offense. Stunned him. I didn't even look at who shot me in the back when I jumped off the cliff, but I was gliding, so it didn't matter. But I saw a smoke field, so I think it might have been one of those thieves. What's the name of the add-on that shows the name of the area in the middle screen? Regions of Tyria. Yeah, like a snail just linked it to you. Is this the same guy? Yeah, it's the same guy. Yep. Sniper, no sniping. It's the same thing. He's trying to stealth res. I'm not gonna let him though. I can't take all three of them. I have to fall back. He's either down or invis. I'm not sure which. He's down. Alright. Immobilized. They should be able to just run him over. Ah, nice. He magnetic aurid, so I shot myself. Whoa! Willbendered. Second death tonight. Where is it? Gleaming Disc, Rushing Justice, Symbol of Blades, Advancing Strike, Executioner's Calling. Yeah, full to dead in 1 second. Let's see. I'm curious in War v World, I see the enemy names as team, rank, and then like Scout Invader. How does it come up with the third bit? It's like your rank. If you click on the World v World icon and go to ranks and abilities, like I'm currently a bronze champion. Just waiting on Astral Power so I can mount up. Astral Power doesn't generate while mounted. Rooted him, and that was enough. Richard says, I want to shout out the dude on Red Team who has been who has been making my brain hurt by existing and then spontaneously mesmering to the other side of the map. I don't know who you're talking about, man. I'm just in here roaming by myself. Oh, I was gonna go capture that, but it got captured before I got there. This way. Okay. To be clear, I'm done for the day. It'd be rude to watch you while playing. When we match, Mesmer players who know how to schmoove just stick with me, Lamau. Gotcha. I thought you were saying that you saw someone hacking on the red team, and I was just trying to be like, I don't know who that was. I'm sorry. Ah, I'm so dead here. Yeah, it's nothing. Just like 30 people. I can't ever assume Ezras are hacky. I just assume they're smarter than me. Gotcha. You mentioned someone like porting across the map, and that's why my eyes went wide. Because like, I know over the years hackers have found ways from time to time, but I thought you were saying you saw that tonight. I was just like, oh, I don't know. Got blobbed? Yeah, I got blobbed. Some of my stuff was on cooldown that might have been able to help me there, but... Yeah, there was a while tonight where, near the beginning of my stream, where I ran into 2 Mirages, and they were sticking to me for a long time. "20 people jumping on one person, so desperate." They were mad, because remember, I stopped them from taking our keep earlier, all by myself, right? That's the Willbender that killed me earlier when I was fighting the other guy. Yeah, see, my pet just died, and they didn't have my pet targeted. That is mucking stupid. And there goes almost all my health. No line of sight. Yeah, dude, it took me too many clicks to zoom away. Oh, did the thief hit me? Oh, man. That's lame. Like, it was already an uphill battle fighting the Willbender. The thief ruined the 1v1. You got, like, every Condi on you the second before you tried to die. Yeah, the... Willbender... There's never been a time where Willbender was not OP. That thief is very strong, but also very fragile. He's... I don't think he ever killed me alone, but he's been a part of kills on me multiple times. He hits really freaking hard. But, he's also very fragile the times that I can catch him. So, to me, that's fair. The Willbender is... Like, the moment she ports on me, I hit dodge and I'm already down to 10%. Somebody mentioned Muck was on a little while ago. Yeah, I didn't have my costume on. Sometimes I turn on, like, random outfits just to hide the wizard hat. But that's alright. So far, I've killed more people that I've run into than they have killed me. Yeah. Okay. Well, someone else joined in attacking me, and someone on my team joined in attacking him. So it's... fair's fair, I guess. Willbender again. Just instantly killed the two of us. That's probably the best scrapper I have faced in months. So props to him, but he was not killing me in 1 second. The Willbender, every time they show up on screen, everybody dies. Does anyone's drops bugged? I have not heard anybody else mention that they were bugged, no. It's gonna keep being the same Scrapper, Willbender, and Thief? Yeah. The Thief, I'm pretty confident is watching the stream, because earlier, like, I respawned, and I went here, and then I respawned, and I went here, and I respawned, and I went here, and he was there, like, every single time. So, I'm pretty confident the Thief is just watching the stream. Who is that? Hey, thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate that. Thank you. He was also, like, only targeting me in every single teamfight encounter, which was also quite noticeable. Look at those boons. Oh, man, I'm envious. My class can't do that. Did you decorate your homestead for the event? Mm-mm. My homestead is a money farm. I hardly ever touch it. Why are you following me? Is that the same thief? Yeah, it's the same one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is absolutely watching. He just, like, showed up and chased me across the thing again. Same guy, yeah. He's stream sniping. I don't feel bad at all about going downstate to that. He's just stream sniping. Change maps. If it continues to be a problem, I can change maps or even change servers. Most of my stuff is on cooldown, so... Reminder that this fight started with me downstate with 0 astral power. Got him. Panda helped there near the very end, but this guy's been hunting me down with his friends as well, so I don't really feel anything about that. Get a squad of viewers to snipe him? Oh, God, no. No. I'm not about that. If I have a bad enough time, I will swap maps. And if I still get hunted down by the same people, I can just swap between EU and NA. They cannot follow. But right now, like, if he's on his own, he does require my focus, but I have not lost to him in any 1v1s. But if he's with the other people, his damage is so high that it's enough pressure to topple me. So that's when I have to, like, go somewhere else. Muk, with all forms of PvP being popular in Guild Wars 2, do you think there will be PvP in Guild Wars 3? I certainly hope so. Because, like, when you've done every fight in the game, like every raid, every fractal, every dungeon, PvP in World v World is like one of, in my opinion, one of the things that keeps the game kind of fresh. Because it is, like, if I go to fight Doom, I know what Doom is going to do every second of the fight. But if I'm here, I have no idea what people are going to do. It's always a curveball, it's always refreshing, and because, you know, the person element. So I hope in Guild Wars 3 there will be some kind of PvP or World v World. And hopefully that when they're designing it and balancing it, they learn from the lessons that they hopefully learned here. Will Guild Wars 3 have actual Guild Wars? Not sure. You know, we might actually... What if during... Because Guild Wars 3 is during the, like, you know, it's in the past. What if they have an expansion to Guild Wars 3 where the actual Guild Wars happened? And it's called Guild Wars 3 Guild Wars. Speaking of PvP, since it's not friendly these days, would you ever play in the custom arena with viewers? Probably not. I do not believe that PvP in this game is balanced. I believe it's fun, which is why I'm here right now, but it's not balanced. So, like, if we go into custom arena, there's, like, certain matchups where it's just like, okay, well, that guy can't do anything against that guy. Oh my god. God, you jackal. You bore me. Go fart your axes somewhere else. Can balance really exist in any PvP? Perfect balance between classes that have different skills may be impossible to achieve, but that should not stop you from trying. I think the result of... if they are constantly trying to balance it, pulling from my WoW experience, in one patch, they go a little too far with the nerfs and Shaman is OP. In the next class, the next patch, they go a little too far with the buffs and Rogue is OP. They should constantly be tapping down the things that are OP and buffing the things that are losing, and that should result in, like, this. Like, minute advantages constantly happening. But for that to happen, you can't just, like... You have to do balancing more often than, like, every 3 months, you know? Just realized the thing is invulnerable right now. Vindicator. First Vindicator we've seen tonight. Magnet pull. Oh, it's the same guy again. Okay. Alright. Yeah, 2 amalgams, the same thief as before. Let's see. Perfect balances rock, paper, scissors, you don't want that. What do you mean it's not achievable? Okay, so what I mean by it's not achievable, right? Like, if you do perfect balance, it's like, okay, I gave Necro Corrupt Boon. I don't want anyone else to have Corrupt Boon. What do I give the others to match the advantage that Necro now has? And you gotta make stuff up. right? So it's impossible to... It's like, okay, well, I gave this guy boons, and this guy has the ability to take away boons. Okay, well, that's close, but it's like, okay, I gave Mirage the ability to be invincible while they're killing you. What the f do you give somebody else to match that? What matches against this guy can be invulnerable while murdering me? I can't think of anything. So it's like, there's some things it's like, okay, yeah, that balances against that, that's fine. But then there's other things it's like, what? It's the same guy from earlier. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with him. Dude. Do you mind? Let's check some of the other maps. I'm tired of running into that one thief. See what else we can do. If he follows me to another map, then I'll do something else. Foxhole Online has a system where if you're not in a squad, you get nerfed into the ground. I'd kind of like that in World v World. I mean, PvP has its whole own game mode. The reason I do World v World lately instead of PvP is because in PvP, if there's an amalgam on the enemy team, I'm trapped in there with them. In this, if there's someone I can't handle, I can go somewhere else. So it's like, okay, well, I can't win in a fight, but I could leverage my mobility. You know, I could do that on this. So that's like part of the reason. Also, for whatever reason, Druid is better to play in World v World than PvP. Because Celestial Avatar is a 10-second cooldown here. And we can generate Celestial Avatar juice by using a food buff that gives ticking health each second. I can't do that in PvP. So that's why I'm here playing. Is my this class that I am playing, that I enjoy playing, is worse in PvP than it is here. Why the hate for Amalgam? It's not that I hate them, they're just overpowered. They can run around with like every buff in the game, constantly cleansing, generating so much barrier that some classes can't DPS through them, hella mobility, and they can just do hella damage at the same time. They're too good in too many different aspects right now. Is that Druid minus OP damage? No. Druid never kills you in 1 second. An Amalgam can kill you, like, 1 second from the start of the fight. Druid, you have time to counterplay. Now, maybe the Druid gets you immobilized, and then he does chain stuns on you, and if you don't stun break, he's able to lock you down and kill you over the next 5 to 10 seconds. Druid's not killing you in 1 second. There are classes in the game right now that can kill a player from full to dead in 1 second. That was a good Soul Beast. She jumped into a 1v3, and she held on for a while. That's one of the better Soul Beasts I've seen lately. Willbender? Yeah. Willbender is overpowered, but it's like, overpowered is like, there's a scale, right? It's like, okay, this is a bit overpowered, this is pretty strong, this kills me in 1 second. Willbender is up there, and it's really never not been up there. Amalgam, I think, is at like the top right now. Like, I struggle fighting Support Tempest, but that is because they hard counter my class. There are other builds that do not struggle at all versus Support Tempest. But just about everybody can get deleted by an Amalgam or a Willbender. Can you TP away if you're immobilized, like Mesmer Blink? It depends on the skill. Some skills you can, like, port while immobilized, and certain other movement abilities will not work while immobilized. So it's kind of a case-by-case basis. Willbender is super predictable and one tricky, though. It depends on the environment. A Willbender, if they have you targeted, can teleport on you from the other side of a wall. They can literally be off screen and you cannot see them, and they can teleport on top of you and you are dead in 1 second. Most classes that have teleports require line of sight. Willbender does not. So if you're like, for example, the PvP map, Kylo, they are really good there because they can assassinate people through walls. Wait, who dismounted me? There is another player here. I'm gonna try to hit him and also cleave these other things as well at the same time. Oh, dang. That hit really hard. But I got rallied from the guards. So, it was both, and it was like, having all those NPCs beating on me was an advantage for him, but it also ended up being a disadvantage when one of them died and rallied me back up. What? Mirror match. His opener was really weird. Like, I've mentioned before, Druid's Staff does no damage. It's utility and healing. And he basically opened the match by shining a pin light at me. Like, he notified me that he was there by waving a pin light at me. And I'm like, that's why I went, what? That was the reason I went, what? Like, are you serious right now? Like, this is how you announce your arrival? Prepare for my arrival, worm. It just starts waving the light. How much longer will the stream be? 2 hours, and then I'll raid someone. So if you're here for drops, you'll still get them. See? Teleport. He has no stability, though. Alright, one of them's down. What's the other one? Bladesworn. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. I think she might be new to World v World, or like learning a new build. She crumpled way too fast for Bladesworn. So she might have just been new. Raid Ian? I often do. Ian frequently streams on drops nights just like I do, but her stream time puts her after me. So frequently during the drops campaigns, I raid Ian once or more times. Is he running for the portal? He should. He really should. The other player I was there with died, so then all their attention turned to me, and it was like a 4v1. That's why I backed off. How's Looming compared to Willbender for roaming? Luminary's very good. I would say Luminary has a lot of different builds, right? Because there's like support Luminary, and there is just DPS Luminary. There's a lot of different ways you can build it. So I have seen Luminaries with nearly the burst of a Willbender. But at the same time, when I click on a Willbender, I know what I'm dealing with. They're all the same. They are all insanely terrifying for 10 seconds and then killable after that. A Luminary, I never know what to expect until we've clashed for a couple seconds. Because they could be bursty, they could be tanky, they could be a support and they're just going to be immortal, but they're not a threat to me in damage. You know, there's different versions of them. But it's absolutely viable, is the short answer. Hey, Didi, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. The Primes are a huge help. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna charge into the whole party of 5 of them. Oh. Hey, is it your bedtime? I might die. Chad, I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, I'm alive. Vulnerable. Lumi's dead. Or down, not dead. Stunned the Willbender. Nice. 3 minutes on that camp. Can't take it back yet. Mike, I waved at you. You waved at me? Abaddon's Prison Platinum Veteran waves at Mukluk. Don't know that we're winning this. They've got like a whole Havoc squad there. Oh, dude, I'm lagging. That's their most powerful weapon. They brought enough people that I'm lagging. Yeah, I think I got a boogie. There's just too many of them. Is the best way to learn how to counter classes is to play against the classes, find out what they're weak against? I would say play against them, and anytime you lose, if there was something that you're like, what the hell did that guy do? Look at the combat log. Look at the thing that killed you, and look it up on the wiki, and then you can learn, you know, a bit of information. And just try to pull like another scrap of knowledge out of each time that you lose. You wasted your ult. I turned it into a water sprinkler. LOL! Bye. Anyway. Yeah. If you die to something, look at the combat log, see what the name of the skill was, try to learn something from that. And that is one way to do it. Another thing is watching streams. Watching streams, YouTube videos, and you can, like, you know, learn some stuff there as well. But nothing is gonna beat practice. But, like, for example, like, Willbender. If a Willbender does their burst on me, it's gonna show that I got hit by, like, 20 different things. And I can look all those up, but really, what it amounts to is when a Willbender chooses to attack you, they are going to have a bunch of buffs, they're going to teleport on you, and you're going to take tons of damage. So what you need to do is just be defensive when they jump you, in any way that you can with whatever tools you've got. That's really what that amounts to. That was super risky, me going for that res there. But he had enough pressure on him from Condi's plus the pet, I was able to do it. Yeah, one story I've got from when I had a similar experience. Back when I was learning PvP, one move I constantly struggled with was Prime Light Beam. And the short version of it is, you're fighting a Hollowsmith, they pull out a giant bazooka made of light and go poof, and they fire it at you. And I kept dying to it. And then finally one day I was like, I looked it up, and I was like, why can I not defend against this thing? And it's unblockable. That was the thing I was missing. I had kept trying to survive it by blocking it, and it's an unblockable attack. And I was like, oh. So after that, I started dodging it instead, and it made all the difference. So sometimes it's just little things like that that can help out a lot. With 200 ping, you don't even get a chance to hit a blocking skill. You gotta turn that to your advantage. Hit them with the Australian internet. Just bing, 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 bing. Teleport all over the place. Be everywhere that they think you're not. Play Mirage, got it. Mirage seems popular right now. I've run into a lot of Mirages. Try that. for this camp, I like to come over here and let them all pile up. And then my arrows become... they're so tightly packed that even my arrows become area of effect attacks. If you're with other people, there's no point in doing that. But if you're on your own, it's helpful. Getting all the ranged mobs to walk into your melee. Like, what did you think of the Yours 3 main theme music? It was nice. Yeah, it was a very upbeat fantasy vibe. Yeah, it matches what they were kind of going for with their trailer, I believe. Yeah, for those who didn't see it, on the main Guild Wars YouTube channel, there is 2 new videos today. One is the theme song music for Guild Wars 3, and the other is like a behind-the-scenes talk with one of the guys who worked on it. Prime Light Beam is great for World v World Zergs. The ground burning is insane damage. Yeah, Prime Light Beam has gone through a few iterations. There was a period of time where it was just kind of like a kill that dude over there type thing. Then it was just a CC and it did no damage at all. And then they gave it back its damage later on. But yeah, the early version was the one I was talking about when I told that story. This group of mobs is a little more difficult to round up because they're so spread out. So I can't take them behind one of the houses or they stop leashing. So I usually just like use this well thing in the middle. See, one of them already broke off. The Devourer slapped her away. I used to kill the Char guards first because they would stun you periodically. But lately I've been killing the scouts first because they spam blind on you, because I've just found that to be more annoying. Because like using my ult and then having it just whiff because I was blinded is the worst feeling. Good night, blame the guilty for the Zerg at blue site. Good night. Wait. Oh, when I jumped this guy, he was a Gale shot. And I just realized he's a druid. He swapped builds right before I attacked him. He could downstate to me. He did. I think I've already killed his other pet, and this one will only interrupt there. Okay. Denied him the opener. Ah, okay. We're gonna back up over here for a moment and recover. There is more here. Oh my god, another ult. So what I want to do here is run away from them, but stay just close enough that at least one of them thinks that they can kill me, and chases me more than the others. Is Necroscepter a projectile? No, it's busted. Necroscepter pierces through all projectile immunities. So does their axe. After you play Ranger for a bit, if you play Necro, it feels like just life on easy mode. Oop, I missed that one. That's not good. I think I'm dead there. The guard threw a bolo on me, caught me. They were very determined though. They chased me from their chat to there. Ranger has far too much mobility. You saw the part where every one of those classes caught up with me, right? We had the same mobility. They were on Warclaw, you were on foot. They... yeah, some of them were on Warclaw. If they were all on Warclaw, I would not have been able to... I would have been able to mount. Because we would have all been out of combat. I was never out of combat. They were not all on Warclaws. That was some of my World v. World guild chasing you. They were very thirsty. Like, does Druid have a few mobility options? Yes. But, like, even in the Ranger class, there are other builds that have more mobility than what I'm doing right now. It's just that I'm pretty decent at leveraging it. Like, if I go invisible, like, okay, if I'm running this way, okay, and someone's chasing me, and I go invisible for 2 seconds, and with those 2 seconds, I decide to, like, zip over here and drop under the bridge, and then they think I keep running that way, it, like, fools people. So during that run, I was constantly, like, every 10 seconds, I would go into invis for 2 seconds and change my positioning. Whenever one of them tried to leap on me with their Warclaw, I would do Shortbow 3, which is an evade, so that I didn't take the impact from the Warclaw. Or I would do a dodge roll. I was periodically turning around and hitting them with a 1 second immobilize to, like, make them stutter for a second. Like, there was a lot that I was doing there to slow them down, more than just, like, them running past me in a straight line. And the reason I'm arguing this is there are quite a few classes that I cannot catch up to. So I'm like, if you think that I have more mobility than, like, so many classes, like, I want to really stress that there's a lot that have way more mobility than me that I cannot catch. Like, if they're running away, I can't catch them, and if I'm running away from them, I can't get away from them. Like, just to give you a few examples, like, every single thief, every elite spec of thief, in the water or out, willbenders, any engineer with rocket boots. It could be any build, core or amalgam or scrapper, but any engineer with rocket boots, especially the trait that improves them so that they also give super speed, they're gone. Probably any warrior where greatsword is one of their weapons. They can keep. I could be on Warclaw and they can run next to me with like ground movement, and they can keep up with my Warclaw. Any warrior that's running like greatsword and then like another mobility option. Let's see. What else? Not Necro. Necro's slower. Mirage can keep up for a pretty long distance before they run out of... Like, if Mirage is running like Blink and Jaunts, they can keep up for a long enough stretch that if they can get the kill, they'll get the kill. Ellie... Some Ellies are very high mobility. I actually don't know what moves they use to do that, but I know I've had Ellies run me down. Mimic? Yeah, that's... Yeah, you could, like, teleport and then you could mimic. Or you could blink and then mimic, and you could jaunt and you could jaunt again. Yeah, there's quite a bit there. Now, not everyone plays those builds, right? Like, there are some engineers that don't play rocket boots. There are guardians that are not willbenders. You know, there are warriors that don't take mobility weapons, right? But I'm saying, like, if you just added up, like, which classes, you know, has Muck experienced running him down versus which ones have not, there's more that do run me down than don't. Like, if you said, like, okay, everybody's running the max mobility, where does Druid lie in that? It's around the mid. It's around the middle. Soul Beast can get more mobility. Oh, yeah, I'm a bronze champion. Soul Beast can get a bit more mobility than Druid because they could merge with, like, a bird and use the bird's movement skill in addition to their own movement skills. So, like, if they wanted to, they could do, like, staff movement and then greatsword movement and then merged bird movement, and whereas I'm only running the staff movement. Like, I just have that one skill. My current build just has the staff movement and then, boop, and then that's it. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, okay. She turned into a Choya after I hit the button. I didn't realize. It's a world v world courtesy. If you see someone in a costume, you just leave them alone. I didn't make that rule, but I try to follow it if they don't shoot me first. Do you get super speed from CA? 2 seconds. Sorry, 3. 2 seconds of stealth, 3 seconds of super speed with this trait when you leave Avatar. So if I was able to use Avatar every single time it becomes available, then it's like every 12 to 13 seconds, I could super speed for 3 seconds. If I was running the Warclaw pet, it has a super speed roar, but it's not a good pet, so like nobody uses it. I actually don't think I've ever fought in PvP against someone using it. Fernhound has a leap while merged. To clarify that, any hound. If you are merged with a dog as a soul beast, you have a short movement range lunge that you can use. Also, I want to show something else I'm doing. I sacrificed my relic slot to be able to run faster. You see this? Relic of Speed. To be able to try to stay alive better versus all these things that can run me down, I sacrificed my relic spot for more speed. Any one of you could do that too. Like, if you feel like, you know, the problem is you can't engage on enemies when you want to, or you can't disengage when you want to, you could do, like, Relic of Speed there, or if you don't have movement speed, if you don't have swiftness to buff with Relic of Speed, you could use, like, Wayfinder or something. Someone's shooting me. There is a player here somewhere. There he is. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep trying to line of sight him here. Okay, and we're going to move out of that. And then I'm going to move back into it. Alright, and then... Now, if I swap to my staff and zoom toward him, I can keep up, but I have no damage. Because now I'm stuck in staff, and staff hits for, look at that, 300. So now I'm using the pin light, because I used my staff movement skill. Now, he's only dead because that other guy caught him. So right there, my choices would have been keep up with him, but then be able to not follow up with any damage, or let him go. That was the decision I would have had there had it just been a one-on-one. Maybe he was out of damage too. It's possible. But the thing is like, again, so I basically, let's talk about this. I enjoy the conversation. So my second weapon slot is staff. What does that mean? Staff is healing and utility. I could have had sword dagger there, which is another 2 more dashes on sword, and dagger does a lot of Condi damage. So I could have more damage on this build if I was short bow and sword dagger. But I didn't. I took staff, which has more utility, block bullets, mobility button, and health recovery. Okay? So, I don't know what he was running. I did at the very end, I saw he swapped spear. So he was running longbow and spear, which are both weapons that have a lot of burst, but they don't have consistent damage, and the spear has movement. So, after seeing his weapons, I know that, yeah, he had the potential... Now, I mean, he could suck, I don't know. But depending on his build, he had the potential to burst the hell out of me with either of his weapon sets. So when I zipped up behind him with the spear, it's like, okay, well, I'm here now. You're not getting away from me for the next few seconds, but I don't have any damage to follow it up with. I'm just, being annoying for a moment. And then if we stay here and you don't get away from me in the next 10 seconds, then I can swap back and hit you some more. Why did I just dismount? Huh. What's the cooldown on the movement skill on staff? It is 20 seconds. It actually has a special thing though, if it hits an ally. So like when I do this, if there's an ally at the end of it and I slam into them, it's reduced by 5 seconds, so it's 15-second cooldown. But there actually is a trick where if this... I can't even do this reliably. If you are zipping away with the staff and a microsecond before the end of the movement, you pet swap. So your pet appears next to you as you leave the staff movement. You slam into your pet and you get the reduced cooldown on it. However, it's a really, really tight timing window. And I cannot do it regularly. But yeah, if you staff 3, pet swap right at the end of it so that you hit your pet with the end of the staff 3, it becomes a 15-second cooldown instead of 20. If you have quick draw, that changes everything though. Because quick draw, is after you weapon swap, your next skill has a reduced cooldown. So if you swap to staff because it's an emergency and 3 away, you could 3 again after like 4 seconds. But that's only if you're running quick draw, which is a big sacrifice to damage if you are doing my build. Okay, so, oh, it's the Choya. I was about to explain what I'm doing, and then I was like, oh, it's just the Choya, okay. So, if that had been a hostile player, I was going to get behind the well and keep a line of sighting behind the well while trying to finish off some of these. So, I could use this to kill this mob faster. I'm saving it because this person's here. So, I'm going to put Boogie on her and see what she does. So, she's taking chip damage right now. Okay, use stun arrow. Use daze, she's immune. She's invulnerable. So my burst is not gonna hit her. So I'm just autoing right now. Immobilization arrow. I don't have any follow-up. I have done my burst, it failed. Now I'm basically just tap, tap, tapping while I'm recovering. She's just decided no thank you. Okay, if you're going to contest this... I mean, you're contesting the camp. Mirage, okay. I'm getting behind this for now. I'm waiting on Astral Power. Okay, pet swapped because she was about to kill Boogie. She went invis, I went invis. Mine wore off, she's still invis. There she is. Entangle, it might get her, but it will also get all her clones and kill them. I think she might still be here. Yep, she was. So she went invisible, but she was immobilized, so she didn't go anywhere. Daze might have her dead now. Alright, I'm gonna start stomping and then turn Astral off for that 2 seconds of stealth, and it becomes a stealth stomp. But she canceled it out by doing her downstate ability, which teleports her. Who's that? Lavera, thank you for the prime. Now, I've been in combat here for so long, the mobs are starting to respawn. How long is your burst cooldown? The short bow stun with my current... Hang on a second. So Astral 5 is a 10-second cooldown, but I can, of course, only use it in Astral form. So, recovering health right now. Might have him. Alright, so my biggest burst is Astral and this. The last pulse. 1, 2, 3. That last pulse there. Alright, I'm burning all the condition cleanse I have right now. So Thieves can do condies while downstate. And he is. And it hurts. Now, one of my burst skills is simply my short bow 2, which has a very short cooldown, but it's like a shotgun. The closer I am... Where is she? The closer I am to the target, the more it hits. There she goes. So if I can point blank do short bow 2, it's considerable damage. But I have to be really close to do it. Where's my turtle? There it is. Oh my god, the condies. He reflected all... So, I just did the shotgun move on him, and he reflected all of it. So I just got hit with all of my own poisons. I'm not sure how he did it, but he had some kind of reflect move. That part's for sure. Oh, there's someone else here. And there, that was it again. He just did it again. Some kind of Ratmancer tech. So he and the Mesmer are both Condi, but luckily they're not the kind of Condi that, you know, just like one-shots you immediately. I have some time to react. Rooted her. That's not her. Where's the real one? That's the real one. Shoot. So she had confusion on me, and shortbow fires really fast, so before I realized I had confusion on me, I tore like half my health bar apart. Ooh, that was good. So during the 2 seconds of invis right there at the end, I got behind him, and shortbow, like every single ranger shortbow skill does like 50 to 100% more damage if it hits him in the back, which is not easy to do in a PvP fight. But if they're stunned, there's a very small window where you can. She's over there. I saw the dot tick. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, that guy, was that Paper Revenant? I think he might be power. It does way more burst than I do. That's what I was talking about when people were complaining about my damage first. I was like dude, you saw how long I fought her, right? This guy deleted her in like 2 seconds when he got close. I can't do that. You deserve that, camp. Yeah, dude, we were fighting there so long that all the mobs respawned and we had to fight them a second time. One weird thing you can do with the Warclaw is its hitbox is not circular shaped. So for some reason, if you're falling down a cliff, if you just keep like running into the cliff, you'll slide down it and you can avoid taking lethal fall damage. That Choya Def called you out in team chat. Oh, dude, I'm a streamer, and I have been for a long time. I wouldn't doubt it. They probably ran in, prevented me from capping it, so I had to kill them, and then they probably recorded the last 3 seconds, and then they posted it on Reddit with Muck kills Choyas in World v World. And I'm just going to have to deal with the fallout of that. Like, I know how this works by now. Almost forgot about these. One neat thing about World v World, if you're into it, is it's really easy doing the World v World dailies. Like, you just run around and kill people. Oh, I got 10 dailies done. I'm gonna teleport. Assuming you can. If you are someone who feels like they haven't yet mastered PvP, join a blob. join a blob, and as soon as you have one good fight, you're going to get a bunch of kills at once. Like, honestly, I would get so much more loot if I was traveling in a blob and just spamming arrow cart. Like, you guys that were here earlier during that one fight where I swapped to arrow cart saw, I just suddenly got a whole bunch of bags. If you're in a blob, you get that way more consistently than me running around killing 1 or 2 people here and there. So if you're trying to get dailies done, get loot, or just learn, follow a blob. I'm here for the drops. What's up, more man? Oh, someone capped this while I was on the way over. Yeah, chat, I've been talking a lot tonight because Guild Wars stream, but those of you who know the medical issues I've been dealing with for the last 6 months, I realized at the end of last night's stream, and it didn't even occur to me until the stream was over, that I didn't reach for one of the painkiller cough drops a single time yesterday. So, hopefully that's not a fluke, and it's a hint that I'm, like, actually starting to recover from this crap. But it's progress. Now, obviously right now, you know, talking a lot because Guild Wars, but yeah. It was a nice thing to realize. Sounds like good news to me. I somehow damaged my throat/vocal cords area in December. And it basically hurts to talk. Now, right now it's like a 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10 on the pain scale. It's not that bad, but it is there. But there was like some days since then where it was like an 8 out of 10 and I was shaking. Just because it hurt so bad. I'm on doctor number 5. They've been passing me around like a hot potato. I don't know what to do with them. You do talk at lower volume when playing that game last night instead of Guild Wars 2. What did I do last? Oh, last night was Warframe. I talked a bit during that, but just because I always do questions welcome and I like talking to you guys, I always end up talking more during Guild Wars streams, like always. That, do you guys see him? Just went woo. Here's hoping number 5's the winner. If I truly am starting to recover, then it would be the amitriptyline prescription they tried on me. Because they said it can take like 4 to 8 weeks for it to build up in your system and actually do what it's supposed to do. And of course, at the time, I was like, oh my god, give me something sooner. But we're a few weeks into it now. Back in the queue. Hey, Neof. What's up? Later on. Good night, Corwin. That sound caught me off guard so bad. For those that don't know, I have a Patreon, and people that are patrons of at least the penthouse tier each month can pick a sound file, and I have to approve it just to make sure it's not something like, you know, naughty. But they can pick a sound file and play it once per day in intervals. Oh, yeah! Jesus fucking Christ, like that. They could play it once a day. and interrupt things. So, let me explain one trick I used there. She was teleporting around me. I wanted to hit her with an arrow, and I was not sure where she was going to be a half a second in the future. I let go of the movement keys. So, if you have an attack that will only hit if you're facing the correct direction, if you let go of the movement keys and stop moving, and then fire that attack, your character will turn to the target. So if you've got some Revenant that's like boop, 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 you know, miss-teleporting around you, and you're like, you click stun arrow, let go of the movement keys, and your character will whip around and hit them at the correct spot. But you have to be holding completely still for it to work. One of my faves was the For the Emperor one during the Spider-Man game. Oh, that was a good one. Yeah, that made it into the intro. Does that work with any targeted skill? I think that works with any skill that goes to your target, yes. Like, obviously, ground-targeted skills, like, you know, you don't have to be facing, you know, stuff like that, but, like, the arrow is, of course, a very small projectile, and stun arrow has a 25-second cooldown or something. No, sorry, hang on. 16 seconds with the light on your feet trait. I don't want to miss that. That's very important that I connect with that. So. You know what? Hang on. I enjoy talking about this, like, educational stuff. Let me pull it up. Give me a sec. Alright, we're gonna mute that. Whee! Alright, go back in time here. Let's close that. Hello, YouTube chat. Alright, where was it? Okay, right. Auto 480, what the heck? At least do, like... Over here. Something hitting me? Ah. Dude, what, there's Scrit attacking me? What the Scrit? Okay. Alright. Alright, so here, you know, I'm just doing big AoE stuff. Basically, if she stays in the circle, she gets hit by that. Alright, so right there. She was starting to move around, and I wanted to make... This is the shotgun skill, right? And I wanted to make sure this hit her. She's right in front of me, so if this points at her, it will hit her 5 times. So I let go of the movement, alright? Let me do playback speed. Where's... Can I go slower? There we go. Oh, gosh. They changed this UI since the last time I did this. Okay. So right here, I let go of the movement keys, and then I hit 2 to make sure the whole shotgun hit her. So then she got 5 stacks of poison. But yeah, so if it's a projectile that goes toward your target, you can let go of the movement keys to make sure that it locks on. Now, they could still, like, dodge it or block it, things like that, but you're not gonna miss because you fired it in the wrong direction. Five times shotgun? Yeah. I mean, just to be clear, like, this skill does 4,800 poison over the full duration, but that's if all 5 hit. If only 1 hits, it's 1k. It's 1k. But if all 5 hit, it's about 5k. If all 5 hit and they hit the target in the back, it's 8.6k over the full duration. Only projectiles, things like sword charges away even with movement press. Anything that locks onto the target should work. But, for example, if I'm using a sword charge, like if I'm using Ranger Sword 2, which goes to my target, even if I'm facing the wrong way, it's going to go to my target, right? In that instance, it will, like, you can be hitting movement keys and you're still going to turn around and go flying back toward your target. But the thing is, with like an arrow, if you are running forward and a guy's behind you and you click fire arrow, it might like jerk the camera for a second, but it ends up firing this way because there's a cast bar for arrow. So it might turn for a second, but because you're holding forward, it turns back around before the arrow finishes firing and it goes this way. I play as Druid, but when I roam, I got banged by mirages every time. The first, like, 30 minutes of the stream, I was running around the map getting chased by 2 mirages. They really had it out for me. Yeah, arrows are kind of weird because they have, like, a very short cast bar. And it might lock on at the beginning of the cast bar, but at the end of the cast bar, if you're holding forward, you're going forward. I like longbow. A longbow is more of a long-range weapon than a melee one, but if you've got an enemy in your face with a longbow, like, if you're playing the enemy and you're fighting a longbow ranger, constantly try to move through his hitbox. It screws him up so bad. But if the longbow ranger wants to get you off, it's let go of movement, hit 4, because then he'll whip around to you and do the knockback arrow. Now, if he's got Aegis or stability, it's going to fail, but it'll connect. We got most of the map right now. Would action cam mode screw that up? I have never really had much success with action cam, so I can't really speak on that. Hello. I don't know you, but I'm going to try to help. Oh, she used the boop early so I can stomp. Oh, they might kill her anyway. Chad, I like to think I just saved this whole keep, this whole tower. Dude, if I was that Mesmer, I would stay invisible till people come over here to, like, get the cloth and then knock them off the cliff. Just boop. I guess I could put my supply into repairing the wall. It's not going to be enough, but I can make a donation. Alright, she just killed my pet without trying. Which angers me greatly. Shotgun to the back. Okay, she did cleanse it, though. Spamming chill on her, so the moment she becomes not invulnerable, she gets chilled. But she got popped. Yeah, her opener on me instant killed my pet from full health. That was rough. You're in Sabadon's prison. Are you in Cathedral? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I am. As a new player, I never really expected World v World to have more world impactful outcomes, especially the EV map. So fun though. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just like big open PvP area. Like you can completely like I basically ignore the scores. I just play my best. Whatever happens, happens, and I get rewards. That's it. But some of the teams are concerned with that, and that's fine too. Yes, Nemaphore, there is drops happening right now. There's a tuxedo. If you want. I sometimes wonder if Muck was a teacher in another life. I mean, over the course of making, what, like 208 guide videos, it's kind of a skill that I got better at. Like, if you ask me something and I don't know, I'll be honest with you, just like a minute ago with the action cam question, but if I know it, I can explain it. I had a boss in tech support. One thing that I heard from him once that I still remember to this day, he's like, if you can't explain it to somebody else, you don't know it. And it was like, okay, that kind of rings true. Because he would like ask, you know, he'd be like quizzing people in the office, you know, like what's DNS, you know, things like that. You know, tier 1 tech support questions. And be like, oh, it's like the thing, and he's like, if you can't explain it to me, you don't know what it is yet. You need to learn more. Then you had to hit the books. Oops. The Devourer pet knocked the NPC out of the pile. Not what I wanted. Ah, invulnerable. Damn, this is interesting. Oh, she should not have stayed in that. She made a mistake there at the end, which cost her. At the very end there, she broke the immobilize, and she could have left the explosion before my hardest hitting move, but she came back in to try to hit me more, and then she took my hardest hitting move, and she didn't have to. You got a lot of dots on you. You got a Conda cleanse? Yep, he does. Okay. Oh god, what now? I might be dead here. I gotta make sure he doesn't revive this guy or I'm gonna die. I gotta make sure these scouts also get hit by my cleave because they've gotta go. I might have him. My heal skill was on cooldown. I would have burned to death, but I still had the staff heals. Nice, dude. That was those are fun fights. What was that? Like a luminary, a conduit, and then an amalgam. Those were fun fights. That was a very interesting luminary too, because like she had not quite the burst of a willbender, but she had way more sustain. Is this the same conduit and he changed to a vindicator? Oh god, that hurts. But he took a big hit too. He stood in my big explosion to hit me really hard, and it did hurt, but he got the worst end of that exchange. That deserves a hearty clap on the back and a solid glazing, my good sir. Thank you. Like your food enhancement ran out? You're right, they did. I actually noticed that during the fight, but it was so intense that I didn't feel like I could open my inventory to fix it. Because there was a moment I was low health, and I was like, you know, if I had my ticking health recovery from my food, I might have been okay now, but I'm not. Oh, I should pick up supplies. Wildly wants to know if you have any thoughts or goals about the forthcoming World v World map. Dude, I still feel like a novice when it comes to World v World. I know that when they came out with this one, it wasn't well received. And they themselves said that they learned a lot from when they released this. So, and that they were going to take those lessons to heart when they make the new one. So, I'm trying to think of, like, what are the flaws in the desert borderland? Like, everything is, like, pretty spread out. I don't know, like, is it larger? Yeah, I think it's larger than the others. It's just, it feels like you have to travel a lot further to get to fun fights. This is a dueling spot, but the fact that it's a 1v2 tells me this is not a duel. So, I can join in. A lot of verticality on it. Yeah, true. Lots of wasted space. They're nice places to fight, but if you die, you're trekking a while. Yeah. Oh my god, your bags. Oh my god, another one. Look, dude, look. I got 200 spaces open. I could World v World for another few months before I need to open all these containers. Look, I just freed up another 30. Actually, I would like to check my reward track. Am I... Chantier Wilds box. Wait. Oh my... Wait, hold on a sec. Is this the one from... Oh my god, dude. Have I... I've gotten like 9 while I wasn't paying attention? Alright, so I was getting these in order to get relics I was missing. And I probably have enough to get all of them. Once I get a moment where I'm not fighting, I need to figure out how many I need to turn into relics. Is there someone with me? Yeah, there is. Okay, so I don't need to round them up in the corner. Pet, switch to him. Shotgun. Hello, Mugga Chat. What's up, Crimson? New here, fairly new Guild Wars 2. What's up? Welcome. I play with my spouse most of the time, and she's interested in World v. World. She loves mostly roaming and helping other players, not going full on PvP. What class and build would you recommend? There are people that play like tanky healers in World v. World, so that they're really hard to kill and they just focus on healing other people. Usually those healers will stick with others, which I guess won't be a problem since you guys, sounds like you're playing together. Chat, what supports do we recommend for World v. World? I mean, Firebrand is a classic. Tempest is pretty good. What are some other ones? Yeah, there's a bunch of suggestions popping up in chat. But yes, it is possible to make like a tanky healer that's, really durable. It's harder to kill it. And you just sacrifice your damage output to do that. Typically, you'll run like either Giver's gear or you'll run like Minstrels. Like, see, Givers has toughness, healing power, concentration. Minstrels is toughness, vitality, healing power, and concentration. If you're running either of those gear sets, you're very tanky, but you don't really do any damage. And you can do healing output. I left the queue for that because of that awesome fight I was in earlier. What does concentration do? Concentration extends how long your boons last, your buffs. So like if I put regeneration on you and it would last 10 seconds, if I have maximum concentration, it would last 20 seconds. Max out concentration and your boons are doubled in their duration. Expertise is the same thing for conditions. So if I poison you and I have max expertise, it'll double the poison length. So basically, like if you're a healer, healing power is your most important stat. Concentration is probably your second most important stat because of keeping your buffs up. And if you're a dot class, damage over time, the condition damage stat is your most important, and expertise is your second most important. Question, do you think there's still a lot of players playing Guild Wars 2 when Guild Wars 3 will be released? Okay, so I believe that almost guaranteed, the day Guild Wars 3 launches, a bunch of people that play Guild Wars 2 are going to try it. So on that day, the Guild Wars 2 numbers will dip. They'll dip or they'll dive, whatever you want to call it, all right? But I would imagine that, a month will pass, We will play the hell out of Guild Wars 3, and then some people will come back. And the reason I believe that is because there are people that enjoy Guild Wars 1 that don't like Guild Wars 2. Or they like Guild Wars 2, but they don't like Guild Wars 1. You know? Like, I myself enjoyed Guild Wars enough to play it through once, so it was like 100 hours, and then I played Guild Wars 2 for 10,000 hours. Guild Wars 1 is fun for me. Guild Wars 2 is crack for me. And I have a problem. Alright? So there will be people that like Guild Wars 3, but they don't like the others, or they like the old ones, but they don't like Guild Wars 3. But also, it doesn't matter, because Guild Wars team has said that they are going to be supporting all three of the games going forward. So it doesn't matter, and they're not subscription based either. So the company doesn't suffer if people take a month off from one game to play another. Sorry, dude, I wasn't paying attention. What were you saying? If War of the World doesn't exist in Guild Wars 3, I would still play 2. Yeah, and like, okay. Again, I like Guild Wars 1 that I've played it, but it wasn't like addicting to me, right? Guild Wars 2 is addicting to me. Guild Wars 3, I'm 100% gonna try it and play all the content at launch. Whether or not I then make it like a game I play weekly depends on how much fun I have. But, you know, like, the last 4 years, I've posted videos where I'm like tier listing the 100 games I played this year, right? There's a ton of games that I like. Okay, I can say that I enjoyed. What was the Neo game? Neo 3. I enjoyed Neo 3. I would recommend it to you if you like this type of game. I played it for 42 hours. That doesn't mean the game is bad because I'm not playing it now. I just completed it, and that's it. So at the very minimum, I'm gonna play Guild Wars 3 and try it, but I don't know if it'll be like a 10,000 hour game for me until I see it. That is something that's really weird, because like, you'll see people sometimes, they'll go to like, oh man, everybody was recommending Black Myth Wukong, but now if you look at the player stats, there's way less people playing it. Curious. And it's like, they finished it, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? That's not a gotcha. That's not a gotcha moment if, like, after a month the game's numbers dip. They beat it. They enjoyed it. It's done. Will Guild Wars 3 start as a continuity of Guild Wars 2? They have already said that Guild Wars 3 is going to be a prequel, and it is taking place 1,000 years before Guild Wars 2 happened. It is in the past. There will be things that we recognize, there will be peoples that we recognize, and it is in Tyria, but it happened, it's in the past. Wait, what? I thought a player jumped me for a second there, as I thought all the NPCs died. Neog? I like how you said the Neog 3 DLC and you typoed it, so then you sent a second message and it also said Neog. Well done. Paper says and I mean every single game numbers drop off after 1 to 2 months. Very rarely are there any games that are an exception to this, but that doesn't mean the other games aren't good. It just means the games that maintain huge numbers are the exception. Yeah. But I mean, like, okay. Again, let's use Black Myth Wukong. If I bought it and I played it and then I regretted the purchase because it got like way worse after 3 hours and I couldn't refund it anymore, that's different. But if you finished the game, that doesn't mean that your purchase was wasted or the game got worse. It's just, it's done. That's like paying for a movie ticket, and after 5 hours, you know, the movie's over, and you're like, why is there no more movie? It's because it's over. You finished it. Consume. Enjoy. That's the good part of Guild Wars 2, there's no end to it. I mean, well, yeah, but I mean, Like, I could say I beat Guild Wars 2. I've done everything. But I still play it because it's fun. You know, that forbidden word again. Oh, dude, I was gonna leave. I realized that this is someone I've killed like 3 times, and I was like, oh, and I was going to leave. But then, he came back for more. I was legitimately like, oh wait, I don't want to just bully someone I've already killed. I don't recognize the names, chat, but like if I see like, oh, it's that Asura Vindicator with that hat, I already beat him. I don't want to be a jerk. Like one fight's enough. That's how I roll. Also, you could play it again later day. Mm-hmm. Like, there are so many genres of games that I like. And y'all, like, my viewers, you guys don't like all the same things I do. I've been loving the hell out of the game The Last Spell. I've been playing it on the morning streams. This morning, I realized I barely got over 100 viewers, and I was like, you know what? I think my community is not as into this as I am. I'm going to play this off stream, and I'm going to get a new morning game for the morning streams. That happens, you know? Like, there are games that we don't all agree on. That's totally fine. Like, how do you identify people? Everyone else, I mean face or name, Mukluk, the hat. Well, you know, like when you click on him, the portrait, he had some kind of like helmet with like horns or something. So to be fair, his face was hidden. I clicked on him and I was like, oh, that guy, that's the bouncy boy. Last Spell was so good. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, but it's like, again, I'm just being honest. Like, today and yesterday, there was, like, less than 200 people. And today was barely 100, and my average is, like, 200 or 300. So it's like, okay, well, this is fun, but it's also my job. I can't keep playing something people don't want to watch, so I'll need to swap this out. So it just happens. I like you're giving Warframe a solid go because the viewer numbers are up. This is business for you after all. Yeah. Honestly, the Warframe stream this last Wednesday was the lowest #1, but it was still more than enough that it's fine. Also, the Warframe thing, I'm getting videos out of it. Like, I'm making... Sorry, hang on a second. I gotta murder somebody. What's up? Oh, okay. Shotgun. Okay, so a bad thing could happen here. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. If he died and then that cat died, it would have rallied him. Oh, I stunned him right when he poured it into me. I fired the stun arrow and he teleported in front of me and then it hit him in the face. Okay. So, I don't know how many of y'all seen it. Like, I recently did a video, right here. MMO Vet tries Warframe. 59,000 views. My average, and you can see here, is roughly 10K. For most Guild Wars related videos. So the fact that this got 59K views so quick is crazy. So I was like, all right, I'll try another one. And I made another one, and it's not, it hasn't been out as long. This one just got posted like 2 days ago, and it's already at 18,000. So it's like, okay, as long as people keep wanting to watch this, instant transmission! As long as people keep wanting to watch this, I can just keep making videos on my experience, and that's fine. But, so it's been good. So, like, Warframe, it's fun. It's not gonna be my favorite game, but it's fun, and people want to watch it, so I can make videos on it, and that's good. We're golden. All the conditions are met. You seem to have a good time doing Circuit on Valk. Circuit on Valk was alright. There was another thing. I was actually talking about this today. If you were watching the Warframe stream last night, I gathered all the materials to make 2 new frames. And they took 12 hours to cook the materials. So I was like, all right, I'm going to log in tomorrow, that's today, and I'm going to start the frames constructing. I logged in today, and apparently my 3D printer charges me 25,000 credits to make the frames. So I need 50k to make the 2 frames. I have 1k. I spent it all yesterday upgrading my railjack, because chat told me to. So I was like, I have to farm credits to start this 3-day long craft. And I want to get it done before the next Warframe stream. So you can make a mill in an hour, that's fine. I don't know how to do that, Bananas. So I started doing rift runs because that's something that I've already done on stream, so I'm not like wasting footage. And I joined them, and this was the first one I got into. Me and this person were trying to keep up. This person did 92% of the damage. I couldn't get a single hit in on anything. This guy killed the entire level in 2 minutes. And I gotta tell you, it wasn't fun. I literally did not get to play the game. I was like, this sucks. But I got the level beat in 2 minutes, so if I keep doing that, I'll have the money in an hour. I was like, ugh. Like, it felt terrible. I was just like, I wasn't allowed to play the game. Also, not for nothing, but if you're new to Warframe, play solo. I have been paper. Like, I have played 52 hours, and I would say like 45 of them were solo. And it was for that exact reason. I was afraid that if I was with other people, they would either be going too fast or too slow for me. And I wouldn't be able to just take my time and figure things out. I wish Skyscale didn't exist because it gives that much utility. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Skyscale is, I mean, well, the thing is that after Skyscale came out, they made some levels with Skyscale in mind, like Skywatch Archipelago. So, if Skyscale didn't exist, some zones would have to be redone, but I get what you mean. Good night. Good night, Hikaru. It's better when new to play with friends that know not to use crazy OP builds. That's the thing that makes me feel bad, though. Like, the idea that of being like, looking for group for this, please, please weaken yourself so that I can have fun. Like, I don't know, I feel like it's whiny or something. Like, why is it my job to beg people to weaken themselves so I can play the game? You know? Like, it makes me really appreciate that in Guild Wars 2, when I go to a low-level zone to do, like, a world boss, it squishes down my level with other people, and I don't have to think about it. We don't mind. I know, I get it. It's just, I'm just talking about, like, the premise of it, you know? You should have seen Ember before she was reworked. I had to fight an Ember in one of the junctions, so I have a tiny bit of knowledge about her, because I know, like, her basic moves. Calm down, Tamara. Oh, there's a lot of people over there. If it wasn't that many, I would join in, but that's like 6 or 7 blues versus 1 green. I would love to be in your squad and see how weaker and pathetic you are compared to me, Muck. Average PvPer spotted. Shotgun. Is she swimming? Dude, look at her. Chat, look. I'm like using the, I'm like force choking her. What the heck was that? That's a new one. New Ranger build, Darth Vader. Calm down, Yoda. Oh, he went for the pet. Pet said, get off me. Sorry, noob. Want to know, does Gale shot good? Gale shot is good if you practice playing it. Gale shot is decent in all. Wait, what the hell? Wait, do you do damage? Oh, you okay, sorry. I was getting nervous because this guy comes at me with a freaking four-wheeler, but he doesn't do damage. So, okay. I saw someone go in the water. Oh, nice dodge. Sidestepped her pull. She's staying in for the explosion? Not wise. Oh, 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 oh. Can I get this stomp? I don't have stability. Nope, cannot get the stomp. Oh, yeah, hey, props for using the Fire Wyvern. I don't get to see him in much. I enjoy using that one, but I haven't been able to make it work very well. She could interrupt me. She did. She could interrupt me again. No, she just said that's it's over. Ugh, the frogs. So, frogs are immune to poison, which is a chunk of my damage. So, this is going to be annoying. Oh, there's a player here, too. I didn't realize at first. Alright, so I'm line of sighting around the wall, which is going to screw up the NPCs at least. Throw some condies on her to mess with her. My turtle made the bubble over there. Dang it, Laura. Oh, there's someone else here. Shoot. I might be dead. Yeah. Yeah, I got locked down. Oh, there's someone else hitting me too. Rip. Yeah, I was dealing with 10 plus ads and my, AoE caps at 5 targets, and then the Necro plus all of that I was handling, but then the Gale shot respawning and then getting added on top of that was too much. Muk, do you have any tips to smooth the transition from being high DPS in raids to being a healer and suddenly responsible for everything? Yes. Yes, I do. I have a video called So, You Want to Play Support, and I am linking it to you now. That is the closest thing I have to a support Bible, and I am giving that to you, and that is my answer to your question. So, bookmark that and watch it whenever you're ready. Let's see. Elisha says, good day. I started playing Guild Wars 2 after seeing some Guild Wars 3 videos. My question is that someone has said that 3 would be like 1, not 2, that they are not going to have World v World type of content. Elijah, I make a living doing stream and YouTube content, which is largely Guild Wars related stuff. I do not believe that has been said. I do believe that there was something that was spoken about making like instance content, and I believe someone took that out of context and made the quote that you heard. So no one has said that. Not that exact thing. No. We do not know for PvP in World v World. I am personally hoping that there will be PvP or World v World in there, but we do not know yet. We have not received a yes or a no. Hey, all. Hey, Sinful. She's not even shrouding. What? Okay. That was weird. Like, she wasn't AFK. I saw her turning on her mount, so I knew she was at the controls. But then she, like, didn't do anything. I guess she was just like, I don't want to deal with this. Yo, Katiri and Knight, thank you for the primes. I really appreciate that. That's a huge help. What? Oh, dude, is this yak on Australian internet? He's desynced. Out of range. Look at my arrows. Bruh. 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 Been watching your videos for a while. First time stream for the Guild Wars 2 drops. I thought I should sub as a thank you. I appreciate that. I like your taste in videos. Thank you for the positive reinforcement. Yaks are frustrating when you're trying to escort and then they teleport and you get no reward. Yeah, I can imagine. I at least was doing a ranged thing to it, so I could see. First time on Switch, came for the butler costume. Pet Chip. Chip is not in the room. He has not visited me during this evening stream. Last night, when I finished the Warframe stream, he walked into the room, like, right when I turned the stream off. And I'm like, you are 5 hours late for work, young man. Monk, you're excited to see me in butler costume drop, aren't you? Nope. Now I'm imagining a gnome in a tuxedo. It's weird. Chip called in sick. Oh, okay. He was on paid time off. What are you up to? Chilling in Guild Wars 2. I found out today that they were doing a drops campaign. They usually give us more of a heads up, so I was like, I guess I'll do Guild Wars 2 tonight, because for us streamers, when our main game is having drops, it's just good business. So I'm like, alright, we'll put a pause on Grim Dawn, chill in Guild Wars 2, answer questions, and I was doing some World v World right now. Oh, I could go do my daily routine again because the reset happened. Is it on right now? Yeah, drops are happening right now. There's a dye pack, a bouquet of flowers, and a butler outfit. It's like a tuxedo type thing. Hey, quick question. What is a good way to make some gold in Guild Wars 2? Actually, the most popular video on my entire YouTube channel is the video I'm linking you right now, which is how I get gold daily in Guild Wars 2. I will tell you that there are a million ways to earn gold, but that's mine.
Questions welcome.
That's my way.
Okay. What is the square root of pi?
You gonna make me get a calculator out? But yeah, there's just about any activity you do in Guild Wars 2 will generate money. You can just do your favorite, or... Whoa, hello? Dude, imagine if I had died to that. That'd be so embarrassing. Some dragon hunter on the other side of the map, like, yo, I just got a kill. For the new bloods, that was a full stack of dragon hunter traps. One of them cages you, but it didn't cage me because I was mounted. And the others just shred you to pieces. Yo, Sinful, thank you. Oh. Oh, I found the dragon hunter that... Oh, no. He actually had the opportunity to move out of my nuke and not let it hit him, but then he walked back into it. Which tells me that this guy simply doesn't know how to fight a druid, and that's fine, that's great for me, but... He had the opportunity to not get hit by my big hit, but then he did. What was that? Mahem. Thank you, Mahem. ×2. And Sinful as well. Wait, what are we doing? Oh.
Watching you enjoying WVW and seeing you finally playing Warframe has made subbing you all these years worth it. Mukluk love.
Thank you, Kelcro. I don't know if I can beat this guy, chat, but I'm gonna give it my best. That hurts him, but that also gets rid of his turrets. Ah, shoot. He reflected some of my own arrows there. He reflected again. That was a good hit. He might be in trouble. Oh my god, another engineer? Oh my god. Like bunny rabbits. I think I'm dead, yeah. Yeah, one amalgam I had my hands full too was way too much. GG. All right, well, that gives me a chance to go get the daily stuff I was talking about. Ragdriel, thank you for the sub. Kelcro, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you guys. This is why Amalgam is not knowing size sets. Yeah, that was a good Amalgam. That was not like a stellar one. The best Amalgams I've fought, I cannot hit their hit point bar. They are hitting me so frequently that the barrier they generate constantly has them at like 130% health, and I cannot get them down to 100% health. That one was solid, but he wasn't like amazing, which is why I had a chance. Like a skill-capped Amalgam, I cannot defeat. I cannot even hurt. What's the longest duel that you had, Muck, in yours 2 PvP or World v World? I had a 45-minute fight in WoW once. I was doing an arena fight in WoW, and after 45 minutes, it forces a tie, and I got to a tie once in World of Warcraft. In Guild Wars... Oh, hey. We were just talking about you. What's up? Hold on. Hey. I gotta show you off, or else they're gonna assume that you didn't show up. You stinker. Look at him. 4 hours and 46 minutes late for work. Acting like he doesn't even care. Look at him sticking his booty in the air. Degenerate. Ugh. Get that fixed. Alright. Who's that? That's Chip. That's Chip. Family cat. He comes and hangs out from time to time. Okay. He looks like my sister's friend's cat. Well, I mean, the orange tabbies all look quite similar. Maybe he just got into the nip. No, we don't have catnip in some place where he can just get into it. It's funny, because like dog owners, they were like, yeah, I wanted my dog to have a good day, so I took him for a walk, I threw the ball, I played toys with him. And cat owners like, yeah, I wanted my cat to have a good day. Come, child, have some drugs. That's just how we do it. You were saying about your longest duel in Guild Wars 2. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, there's many times in Guild Wars 2 where I've like fought someone, and after like 5 or 10 minutes...
Another sub. Muck, do you plan on playing the Neo 3 DLC since you liked the base game?
Give me just a minute. Thank you. Give me just a minute. So, there's been times where I fought someone for like 5 or 10 minutes, and it's because like I keep getting them low, and I keep thinking I can finish them off, but then they keep recovering. And it's like, okay, well, I almost got him, you know? If I'm fighting someone and after like a minute or two, I'm not making a dent in them, I'm like, I gotta run. But if I keep almost getting them, then I'm like, oh, I should keep trying. And then after like 5 or 10 minutes, finally like, ugh. So, I've had many that have lasted a long time. Like, y'all have seen my World v World build. I don't play a full damage build. I play a build that also has some maneuverability, some juke potential, and some healing. And try to be kind of well-rounded with as much damage as I can keep with all those things. So, there's plenty of people that I cannot beat quick, like that Amalgam that I was fighting at the end before the second Amalgam showed up. No charge cards? Nah, I haven't messed with that. Nimifor, I did not know of a DLC for Nim. I don't know. Because the thing is like, if there's a game I like and a new DLC comes out for it, I often feel like I have to replay the base game in order to remember how to play it. And then I don't want to do that, so I never get around to playing the DLC. That happened for me with Remnant. That happened with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like, they had DLCs come out, but I was like, I don't remember how to play the game. So I never got around to doing it. So I don't know. I truly don't know. There's been a bug I've been getting in here. I'm trying to make sure stuff is appearing in the bags. Nothing appeared that time. right? Wasn't that last one cloth? I don't think anything appeared. Might still be bugged. I remember playing WoW Burning Crusade and I was spec'd as a Shakaden, and ended up fighting a druid on one of the maps. I can't remember how long it went for, but it was long, and we both ended up building an audience because it took so long. Yeah, I mean, Shakaden was, it was kind of like a healer with some burst. But if it was a Resto Druid, I mean, any two healers are never going to kill each other, unless one of them is a priest and mind controls the other guy off a cliff or something. Yeah, when I used to do Arena in World of Warcraft, like, this was not my top, like, the most top-rated team I was on, but it was the team I had the most fun playing on. There was a team I was on, and it was with the Resto Druid I raided with, and a Priest I raided with. And so it was me, and I was like a Death Knight, and I think I was Unholy for this experiment. And the Resto Druid was full Resto, he was focused entirely on healing, and then the Priest was Discipline. And whenever anyone was on him, he was healing, I was using Chains of Ice, and I was trying to peel for him, and the Resto Druid was healing. If anyone was hitting the Resto Druid, the Priest would heal the Resto Druid or start mana burning the enemy team's healer if they had a healer. So we basically had like 2 healers and 1 Death Knight, but one of the healers would mana burn anytime he was left alone. And it was so much fun. I love in games when there's some weird alternative way you can win. Like in Magic the Gathering, you can, you know, hit the enemy by doing 20 damage, or you can mill their entire deck, or you can raise all their lands so they can get no mana. You know, like any of those like alternative win conditions, I love that stuff. And in WoW, it was don't let the enemy team have any mana. Don't harvest Guild Hall immediately after Homestead. It's a known bug. Do it the other way around. Gotcha. The reason I do it in that order is when I'm in my Guild Hall, I can't port to Homestead. So I have to do the Guild Hall, then leave the Guild Hall, then port to Homestead, so there's more loading screens. Your next AOW4 run should be a Wonder Win. Yeah, I usually turn off the other wins, because sometimes, like, one of the other computer players will be at, like, the other end of the map, and it'll be like, oh, Billy the computer is going to win in 5 turns if you don't stop him. And I'm like, it'll take 10 turns to walk over there. I guess I lose. So, yeah, I'm hesitant to have those special win conditions turned on in that game. Are you a Miller Muck? I don't think mill decks really existed much. Like there was some mill decks starting to appear when I played Magic the Gathering. This like it was a long time ago. Like I know of them, but they were not frequent. No. Okay, now going to just get the treasure chest by my ults. Someone asked you about Neo 3 DLC. I already answered that. I talked about that at length. Hey Muck, what's worth doing if you have an alt account? I know Wizard's Vault is a no-brainer, but anything else I should be doing? It depends on how much time you want to put into it. Like, Wizard's Vault is one thing. You could also, like, have it in your same guild and log into it and farm the guild nodes and then periodically mail all the materials to your main account. Like, the more time you spend on it, the more you can do. It just depends on how much you want to put into it. Like, I used to log into alt accounts each day, and I finally decided, like, I was tired of spending 20 minutes a day farming on all those accounts. But it worked for me for a while. I played Magic during 4th edition in the 90s, lots of fun. I was introduced to Magic during 4th edition. 4th edition and Ice Age were the things that were coming out when I was introduced to Magic the Gathering. My dad was my dad owned a store that sold cell phones and pagers. And after work, all the employees there, which were just big nerds, would push together the tables and they would freaking play Magic the Gathering. And one of them was trying to get my dad into it, and he gave him some cards. And I, like, looked through them at home. Like, he let me look at them at home, and then I got into it. And then later on, like, my dad played maybe, like, 2 or 3 games with me. And he really wasn't into it. So, like, he learned how to play, played a few games with me, never changed his deck. So every time I updated mine, I would wipe the floor with him. And then he just, like, gave me his collection one day, because he's like, I don't really like this. But that's when I got into it. I remember that, like, the following year on my birthday, Ice Age had its, like, expansion launch. Like, Ice Age had a... I don't know what the word for it is. The set called Ice Age came out, and then another set came out that was kind of like an expansion of that set, and it was called Alliances. But it was just, like, on top of Ice Age. So Alliances came out, and I just asked my parents for a bunch of Magic cards for my birthday. And, like, my big present that year was they got me, like, a pack of boosters. So I had a ton of Alliances cards, so just because they got me, like, a box, like, you know, the card shop box that has the boosters in it? So it was just, like, 30 booster packs or something like that. Some of you may remember, I don't know if anyone here was here back then, quite some time ago, we did a stream where we were price checking my Magic collection, and we went through it, and when we got to the Alliances stuff, there was a card called Force of Will that was worth like $50 now, and I had like 4 or 5 of them, and it was because of that birthday where they got me an Alliances box. That's when I got into MTG2. My first artifact was Obsidian Golem. I stayed in it until Fallen Empires. Yeah, I remember Fallen Empires. For whatever reason, those were really cheap. Like, when I would be at the card shop, like, a pack of Ice Age was like $4, but at Fallen Empires was like 99 cents. Like, they were really cheap for a pack of cards for whatever reason. I was a kid, so I didn't understand why. Muck, glad I could catch you live. I'm new to Guild Wars 2, and I've been loving your guides. Thank you. Thank you, Charles. I'm glad to hear that. Glad that they are still helping people. MTG values tanked recently because of court BS. I don't know. I mean, I haven't touched my cards in a long time, so I'm not familiar with any drama going on with MTG. What about Yu-Gi-Oh? There is 2 card games I ever bought packs for. One was Magic the Gathering. Wait, I'm sorry, 3. I had a box of the original, like the very first set of Pokemon cards, and someone at my elementary school stole them from me. Because I brought them to school, just like lots of kids are bringing them to school, and someone took them out of my backpack, and they were taken. So I lost those, but I had like one deck, or 1 or 2 decks. But Magic, I got tons of them. And Star Trek. My parents were big Trekkies growing up, and my mom and I got a bunch of Star Trek cards. And, like, I never actually played a legit game of it, but I have a bunch of them because we were collecting them for a while. I thought the Borg were cool because they had the, you know, the big Borg cubes that were like Death Stars and stuff like that. But never actually played a single match of it. But yeah, Magic, I got thousands of Magic cards. Like, I have many, many, many binders of them in a couple of boxes. Yeah, when we did that stream where we price checked my whole collection, what was it called? Oh, Gaia's Cradle. Gaia's Cradle, Urza's Saga. The most expensive card that we found in my collection was called Gaia's Cradle. And they apparently never reprinted it in any sets since the one I had, which was Urza's Saga. And it also was a good card. And so I just did I just googled price check Gaia's Cradle. I have no idea what the proper website is for this, but this website says it's like over $1,000. There's a bunch of them here. But yeah, this was the most expensive card that I have. I have one of these. The second one, which was a huge drop down, was...
Guys, look at me! I'm so curvy!
Sliver Queen, which was, I think, Stronghold? Okay. I had 2 of these, and I'm pretty sure in my teens, a guy that I played Magic against took one of them out of my collection when I wasn't looking. Don't have any proof, though. But we went through my whole collection and only found one of them, and I used to have 2. But it's apparently a couple $100. So huge drop in price between the most expensive card and the second most expensive card I've got. But this was the second most expensive one that we found while we were going through my stuff. I was the same with Battletech and Werewolf trading card games. Got a starter pack of each. Never played a single game with anyone. I bought the SC2 collector's box when it came out. Never opened them and left them in a box in my room. Don't know what they're worth now. SC2? Like StarCraft 2? Or something else? Did you play MTG back when Arabian Nights was the set? Arabian Nights was before my time. And I believe Arabian Nights are worth crazy amounts of money. But I have seen a lot of their cards because there was a set, I believe it was called Chronicles. And they reprinted a bunch of the super rare, really expensive cards from older sets in Chronicles, but they were like super common in Chronicles, so they weren't worth anything. Can you link that site? Sure. I mean, I just Google searched. This is just the first thing that came up. I don't know if that's accurate. StarCraft 2 Collector's Edition. Gotcha. So yeah, like Arabian Nights, and like the alpha cards and the beta cards and like legends and stuff like that. And then I think Chronicles had a bunch of them like reprinted as like more common cards. Like there was a card for Aladdin, for example. But the cheapo reprints were out and about when I got into the game. So like I remember like 4th edition, 5th edition. The collection I have the most of was Urza's. I don't really know why. I was fixated on Urza's Saga, and I was like, I want to get the whole set. And I never got the whole set, but I have an almost complete collection of Urza's Saga. And then I played a few after that, because there was like Urza's Destiny and a couple of other sets that came after that. But for the most part, my collection is like 4th edition to Saga, like that period of time. My favorite was Chaos Orb. Don't have a Chaos Orb. That was a well-known card because of the whole Chaos Confetti story. Hold on, chat. I will... Give me just a second here. I'm gonna tell you guys just like a short story. So, there was a card in Magic, alright? It was called Chaos Orb. I'm going to tell you guys a story, and then we're going to raid somebody else, okay? So Chaos Orb was a card. This is it. And what it is, you play it, and you would pick it up, flip it into the air, and as it falls, when it lands on cards, any cards it's touching are destroyed. And there was supposedly a guy that entered a tournament, okay? And this card was worth like $75 because of its rarity. But this guy enters a tournament, and there's like it's at like a moment, like a turning point in the match. And the tournament was for like $1,000. And the guy turns to the judges, and he's like, please watch closely. I don't want you guys to miss this. And they're like, okay. And they're watching him. And he picks up his Chaos Orb, and he rips it to pieces. And he takes all of the confetti, and he throws it over his opponent's side of the board. And, of course, it just lands on everything. And he turns to the judges as the opponent is, like, inhaling to yell at him. And he goes, tell me where it says I can't do that. He says, tell me where it says I can't do that. And They looked at each other and they could not find a reason why that was illegal. And it was a $75 card, and he made that bet. And so they were like, okay, yeah, you could do that, but we're banning it from now on. And they wrote a new rule in because of that guy. That's the story anyway. Now, I don't know if that actually happened or if that was just a story, but years later, there was another set that came out called Unglued. And Unglued was a prank set, okay? Like, there was a card called Rock Lobster and Paper Tiger and Scissors Lizards, and the rock one always beat the scissor one, and the scissor one always beat the paper one. Like, it was silly, okay? Like, there was a card called Herloon Minotaur that had Denim Walk. If your opponent was wearing jeans, it couldn't be blocked, okay? Unglued was a joke set. It wasn't real. But in Unglued, there was a card called Chaos Confetti. And it literally says, rip it to pieces and throw it over your opponent's end of the board and destroy everything. This is it right here. So, yeah, it was pretty silly. Oh, I love the SpongeBob counterspell. Yeah. There was some goofy cards in that set. Alright. Well, that was a trip down memory lane. Okay, you guys. With that, it is past midnight. I am going to rest my voice, but I will be back on Guild Wars 2 in the morning. Now, we have got a lot of people here that are farming drops, so we are going to raid someone else so that those people still get those drops. And I always am sure to hit up Ian at some point, so I am going to raid Ian for today, and I'll get somebody else tomorrow. So I'm going to drop you guys off over at Ian's stream. If you don't know her, she was making guides when I started playing the game. She has a bunch of them, and she's super nice too. So I'll see you guys over there, and if you fancy it, I will be back tomorrow. See ya! Oh yeah, follow, subscribe, throw money at the screen, all that good stuff. I forgot.